Good morning, Minetu. How are you? This is Steve from Tsuji. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Lovely. Thanks so much for being here with us. Your visuals and your audio both look good. Miriam will be here in a little bit, and we'll begin the panel probably 10:05, and just hang tight, get some water, enjoy yourself, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hi, Lubna. Good morning. Here is the CG Center, and we want to do the audio test for you and make sure your audio is fine. Okay? Could you start to talk?
This is fine with you. Is that okay, or should I raise my voice a little bit? What do you think?
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. Could you show me your video? Is that okay to you?
It has a neutral background. Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we done the test. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will talk to you later. Okay, thank you.
ask you to just trade between Amel and yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Seriously.
Oh, and no, so I'll take it, and then Laura, I think.
Okay.
Her.
Where do I put it? Do you need to keep pressing or?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, day number 5. We're delighted to be calling in and joining here both in person and virtually from the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief, where we've been reflecting for the past 4 days on the different types of holistic climate solutions that we already have here and now that can help us tackle the climate crisis. And so yesterday, we've been spending so much time envisioning the future we want to build, and so we're delighted to be bringing you this panel today to kick off day 5, which is really creating this shared future together. So we're marching towards COP27, building MENA climate resilience by engaging women of faith in food systems transformation. So it's my great pleasure and delight to welcome Bibi Laluz Gonzalez, who will be our moderator to introduce the panel and take us away in this riveting conversation. Over to you, Bibi.
Thank you, Steve. Welcome to the audience, virtually and in person, to our esteemed panel here in person and also virtually. We'll be having this conversation in a hybrid mode, and I am delighted to be here with you. I have to say, I am a bit nervous because I consider this is a bit of a sensitive topic that we'll be touching on today, especially with women and in the MENA region. So I thank you all for your time and also your mind open today to hear this conversation and see what has been going on in this sphere with these wonderful women, so strong and powerful that we've had the chance to have some time during these days to chat and also to exchange different opinions and how we see women in food and climate and resilience in different parts of the world, and of course, considering faith. So we are here today in the panel marching towards COP27, which is happening very soon. So again, keep in mind all the words that I will be saying and how you can put them in motion in your mind as well while we are listening to this panel. So marching towards COP27, building MENA climate resilience by engaging women of faith in food systems transformation. So for the audience, to clarify, MENA is Middle East and North Africa, and we are here with our panel. And if we can have also on the screen the rest of the panel. So we are a full house today. Oh, there's Minetu and Lubna. So as we'll be starting with them. So I'll introduce Minetu Larava Suedat from FemWise Africa, former Secretary General of the National Union of Sahrawi Women. We also have Dr. Lubna Dawani. She is an attorney and human rights activist from Jordan. And here in the house, to my left, we have Amel Lakdari, organizer from the MENA Women's Coalition from two countries, the UK and Algeria. We have Laura de Mateis, food systems expert in the Mediterranean from the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO, and our Dr. Mariam Hussein, president of MENA. So we'll be having 90 minutes, or a bit less now, of a dialogue where we will go into detail on how women in this region, what are they living, how are they feeling, what are their solutions, what have they been doing, and we'll launch today as well a very special surprise. Where you can take a quick scoop at faithandfood.earth/reports, and then you'll be ready to hear all of this. So when I say that it's a sensitive topic, I want us to relate to the stories that are going to be told today. For example, we all have different realities. We perhaps have some of the same, for women, we might have some of the same treatment, let's say, or perception. But these perceptions shift whichever country or region we're living in. Human rights issues, especially women's rights, are entrenched within that. And how we might take something for granted here, but it's very difficult to attain somewhere else. We'll be talking about how climate is putting even more stress on women's, and not only empowerment, but breakthrough. And this is accentuated even more by how in certain parts of the world, climate puts on stress even more as well. So that relation of how we're going to grow is what we'll be hearing today. And we'll start off with our virtual guests. And so we have Minetu and Lubna, who, welcome. It's so fantastic to see you. The screen is not blurry at all, so excellent technology. And I'd like to start with Minetu. Minetu, I'd love to hear your story. If you can tell the audience how is your life and how it relates to your work, and just give us your story, right, to the audience, and why is it that perhaps you are here, and who are you representing on these topics on climate, food, women, faith, and resilience?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very honored and grateful to this opportunity, and Suchi Foundation for making this exchange possible. Of course, speaking about climate change, I think it becomes now the trend for many politicians and many people around the globe. But for a person like me, I was born in Sahrawi refugee camps. I live all my life there. So I have been all my life living. I'm still depending on international aid. So unfortunately, very vulnerable to all the changes, especially when it comes to climate change. The Sahrawi people live in the southwest of Algeria, in one of the very hostile places. It's very in the south with always a high temperature. But in these late years, because of climate change, also summer times extend. Food stock that we depend on, it's become very difficult for women to keep this food stock, unfortunately. So we are really living day to day with the damages that this climate change are doing to people. Unfortunately, we see and we feel as women and as people living in these circumstances that we are not always given the chance to say our side of the story. And for example, when it's floods, we used to, when it comes rain also, it comes with very damaging floods. It's cut the damages the toilets and all, rest places, and it is affecting us as women, especially in those specific moments of menstrual cycle. So it's a lot of difficulties that we are living as women. Sahrawi women also, we have symbol of beauty that overweight and with white skin. That's how it's. And because of lack of food, now women are using very undocumented pills, which affect damagely, unfortunately. All this is because of lack of food that we receive. The food that we are receiving is not necessarily responding to our needs. And in addition to this long summer, increasing time of summer and shortage of water also, it's affected even some women trying to do some small cooperatives, planting some crops, trying to give an example of resilience in a way, but unfortunately this climate change is affecting all this very, very badly.
Thank you so much, Minetu. Tough position. And just a follow-up question before we go to Lubna. What do you, let's see if I can see you. I should see you there, sorry. Maybe this is a more philosophical question, but considering what is happening now, you were talking about the cooperatives, what they're doing. Is that enough? I mean, the work that they're doing, is it going to sustain the changes that are happening? Or what would you consider to be let's say, an improved way of mitigating these effects?
I think it's just one way of not to give up to all these changes. Sahrawi women have given lots of examples of resilience and determination. They have a very big example of contribution in social peace, and maybe our experience is not documented enough, unfortunately, maybe because of political issues, but it's our resilience. It's not easy for Sahrawi people to depend only on international aid while their land is very rich. They only need a political solution. That only was enough for some women just to say we need to plant, at least to have our own, just to plant some potatoes and, corn and just small things. But the dry also, the shortage of water make it difficult. Even we still have some very successful cooperatives. It is, as I said, just a way of continuing and aspiring for maybe solutions.
Thank you so much, Minetu. And I think that's a clear call to action. What needs to happen in the more macro space. Lubna, we'll go with you.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Good evening,
yes.
Jordan, and good morning, wherever you are. Okay, my name is Lubna Dawani. I am a lawyer, human rights and women's rights activist working in Jordan, Amman, Jordan. In fact, I am the founder of a number of NGOs since the 90s, and proudly they are still working until this date. Also, I would like to mention that I am a member at the executive committee at the Euromed for Rights and responsible about the gender mainstreaming. I am the political referent for gender mainstreaming at the network. I would like to start with gender equality and the promotion of human rights and combating discrimination against women are key values for civil societies, especially in this part of the world, the Middle East. Despite some progress, gender equalities have strong roots in the culture, and in which most countries do not integrate a gender perspective into policy areas until this date. Women and men are positioned differently in our societies, and the relations have unequal power structures as well. We still have discriminatory legislations which ensures inequalities in the laws. These inequalities and discriminations towards women and men are reproduced over generations. However, we cannot conceive gender equality as women's rights issue, but a holistic goal towards equality. What I would like to see in my lifetime is that we reach a stage where our human rights work is ensuring that all violations against women and men are recognized and accounted for. This requires identifying hidden inequalities, developing policies, and most important, to work on mentalities that believe in equality and that a person is born equal in gender, race, religion, and all of these rights. Now, there's a strong connection between women, social justice, and climate change. In fact, climate change will affect everyone, but in different levels. It will affect more the fragile people, such as women, poor people, families, and needy people. And it will be more difficult on people who are in the areas of wars and conflicts. By the end of the day, we are affected of what is happening in our planet. And the best example for that is coronavirus. As for us in Jordan, and with all the challenges that we are facing politically, economically, and lack of water, women, including refugee women, we have now from Syria refugees. Before we had refugees from Iraq. Before that, we have refugees from Palestine, like 70 years ago. Now, nowadays, women, including refugee women, are trying their best to have a stable food security. They try with small planting green areas, producing foods so that they can generate income in order to put food on the table and feed their children. However, lack of water makes it extremely difficult to have sustainability in planting and food production. I would like to mention that the Jordan River, which is a holy place where Jesus Christ was baptized 2,000 years ago, is almost dry now. And this shows how bad the situation is concerning water in this part of the world. By the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we need that our voices as women in different faiths in this part of the world are heard. We need policies and laws to be more women-friendly. We need that our governments put climate change as a top priority. We need to explain in simple language about how the Arab world is affected by the climate change. We also need to build capacity for civil society and women's rights organizations. We need to know how to address the world community in the climate change issues. And what we really need is a world free of discrimination and free of violence against women. And in simple words, we need to live in peace, in a more peaceful world, and to leave a peaceful world to our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lumna. I've been taking notes and getting this sense of it's a feeling that I get of being perhaps angry, disappointed, and putting our foot down. And exactly, it's human rights. I mean, it's what we're living. But I have 2 points that I'd like to highlight from both of your interventions. And I hear the word refugee. So are we moving forward that if this continues to be like that, we'll all be refugees in some way, especially women. Not only exacerbated by climate change, but you spoke about the Jordan River being almost dry, and that has a sense of humanity implied in a holy way. And if we're not looking after what in humanity we consider holistic or holy or divine in a way that is part of our history, then why would others be considering some parts of humanity, like women? If this is like it's a resource that we need to live with water. We've been talking about scarcity, but women also are here present for those who give birth. And Lubna, maybe one question to you. What would you think would be the turning point to have a focus? First question though, the Jordan River is drying because of climate change. Why is it so affecting the river? Who's it done by? And then, if something needs to be done for women to be water secure or food secure, what would be your specific call to action or your specific petition?
Okay, it's an excellent question. It has so many details, but I will conclude by the Jordan River is very rich. It used to be very rich and still very rich, but politically, the Israelis are taking most of it before it reaches our borders. So we'll have a tiny little amount of water getting to the Jordan River and not having the full capacity as we used to. This is one thing. However, like we have the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea is a unique place. It's a place where it's one kind in the whole world, where the salty water is concentrated, and it's really the lowest spot on Earth. Now, the water is deteriorating. Like in 50 years from now, there will be no Dead Sea. It's deteriorating by like half a meter each year. So it's going down very quickly, and we're losing it. Also, politically, economically, so many reasons are interacting. But again, as I said at the last, we need a more peaceful world so that we can live in peace, and we can sustain our food, sustain our water, sustain our living as well.
Thank you so much, Lubna, and we'll pass now the floor. Here, the floor that you can touch. My feet can't. But still, we're putting our foot down no matter where of making this breakthrough for women and resilience in climate and food, right? Anywhere, with everyone. So we'll go with Laura. And before that, I just want to extend what Lubna was mentioning about the geographical aspect. Thinking about the MENA region, it comprises over 20 countries. And I was just thinking of each country and their geographies. You have desert, you have, well, of course, we were talking about rivers, but maybe, well, they're drying. You have very high mountains, and you have snow as well. So we have numerous contrasts, and basically maybe even all of the geological or geography perspectives in that region. So it's not just one, right? One fits all. It needs to be specific and detailed. So we have here, Laura, your specialty is within FAO Mediterranean, but of course that goes way broader than that. So I'd like for you to give us a bit of context. What is like what is the scene? What is the scenario within the MENA region? And of course, FAO has been doing excellent work. I admire FAO for how they're progressing and visibilizing and making the this food crisis, climate crisis, so easy to comprehend and calls to action. So Laura, I give the floor to you to express what you see, what you've been feeling, and I'll go to a following question after that. But give us as the scene right now as expert in that field.
Thank you, Bibi, and thank you for inviting me to join this amazing panel today. It's an honor to be here. So I just would like to add a couple of points to what our speakers, Lubna and Minetu, were just saying, because yes, you talked about the contrasts, and what came to my mind is actually the diversity of this region and the fact that each country and each stakeholder can add and can bring their perspective, which is actually a richness. Just to be here, coming from 4 different countries in the region. Well, I come from Italy actually, but I'm working on the Mediterranean, so maybe I don't count as a participant in the MENA region. But yes, we all bring our perspectives, and we all bring richness to the dialogue. So I think this is very important to continue the conversation and to, for example, zoom out maybe from the stories that we were just learning of populations and population groups coming from situations of extreme distress, refugee camps, and consider the fact that actually climate change is affecting also people that in the MENA region come from more wealthier population groups, for example, or urban settings with countries with a more stable political environment, for example. So just last month I was in Lebanon, and I observed with my eyes how the country is in severe power energy distress, electricity distress. So even those households that can afford to pay very high electricity bills are suffering from this kind of stressors that the region is going through. Another point, for example, just to make concrete examples, the MENA region is a net food importers. This means that the countries in the MENA region import more food than they export. And especially this is true for cereals that are a staple food. So they are a basic item on the MENA region diet, especially bread. And if we consider that, for example, Egypt is the largest wheat importer in the world, this makes Egypt very vulnerable to climate shocks that are happening not only in the MENA region, but also in other countries in the world. So this means that households, no matter of their income level, are being impacted by food price increases, by electricity power increases. And to go back to the peace nexus that Lubna was just mentioning, that water, energy, and food are all interconnected, and the fact that some water sources, for example, across countries, so are transboundary, it exacerbates the situation and makes the situation even more complicated, because I don't only have to deal with my water resources, but also with how the other countries next to me, my neighbors, treat those water resources, for example. So this is why, yes, it's a very complex scenario, but it's also needed that we try to find common solutions to joint problems.
Thank you so much, Laura. Yes, brilliant. And you were mentioning the peace nexus, the ongoing war that is happening now with some main source of cereals, and the solutions. What are the solutions that you've been working on, and some that you'd like to happen that aren't yet happening?
Okay. Yeah. So, first of all, I'd like to start with making women visible. We are here because we are lucky to be able to represent women in this region. And what FAO is trying to do in this sense is, for example, to compile what we call country gender assessments, which are flagship publications of FAO, where we study, we try to understand and to put in Britain the situation and the needs and opportunities that women in the agricultural and rural sector in specific are going through. So when I was in Egypt, because I worked for 3 years for FAO Egypt office, we put together one of these research, trying to understand how women in the Egyptian rural, urban settings are dealing with the issue of agriculture and what are their challenges also in rural settings. Why am I saying making women's work visible? Just to give you an example, oftentimes women, especially in rural areas that work on the farm, so they have a role on the food system of the whole country, on their ID they feature as housewives, not as farmers. This automatically cuts them out of participating in social security schemes for farmers, credit for farmers, because officially they're not farmers, officially they're housewives, but they have a role in managing, for example, the farmland of their house, of their household.
Why aren't they signed as farmers?
Here is the other point, is the social norms and the cultural norms that sometimes tend to conceal the real role of women in the household economy. Because in some societies, it's not well perceived for women to work outside the home. So for example, another assessment that we produced was about water water access, sorry. And although some women go and use the water pumps, it's not well perceived to say to an interviewer that could be an extension agent, usually men, to disclose the information that they're going to the water pump at a specific time of the day. So the whole social, cultural, religious norms have an influence of how women's work is visible, can be made visible. And so this is why we need this kind of assessment and this kind of studies to put a light on what women are doing. This is one solution. I can give you more, but I can also hold on and let Amal.
Maybe I wanted to Amal to maybe I'll ask a question of what you just said and Amal can answer.
All right.
Yeah?
Sure.
Mel, a ver. Hi. Just a burning question, and then of course you have the floor to the specific intervention that we're going to focus. But so women are concealed in a way of, for example, their work opportunities and work emphasis, as Laura was just mentioning. The invisibility of women. Cultural norms. How do we make them visible? And would that be taken well by the society they live in? And if not, how can we make that possible?
Thank you.
Do you have a mic?
Yes.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. I'll answer the question first. So we are here. That's how they are visible. They are working all day and all night to be visible. Now we see them, we don't see them. That's a different story. Their stories are out there if you look for them. They are extremely resilient, just like Minatu, Lubna. They are from all faiths. They are from the same region, but they are from different societies, different cultures, different languages as well. But they are here and they are there and they want their voices to be heard. So I think that's how it is. And we should acknowledge that, and I'm honored to be part of them.
I liked what you mentioned, that we're there, but it's how we're seen,
Perceived as well.
perceived.
Yeah.
So,
Because,
sorry,
because for them, if you ask any of the women who are here or that I am working with Maryam, they think they are extremely empowered. And they are making a big, huge change in their societies and their communities. And the power is very, is felt, is real, and they're changing things. Now, there are other winds that come in, you know, the patriarchy, the society, the use of religion from even their own men. But they are trying to ignore it and carry on, you know, calm and carry on. So I think that's very important.
but that won't be long. That won't be very sustainable. If we're talking about sustainable development goals, perhaps that is something that will not sustain. So Amal, what is it that you do, and why are you so passionate about it? And well, tell us a bit more. I mean, we are going to present something further on, but what is your motivation? And most importantly, there might be setbacks or drawbacks or losing faith in a way, and how do you keep on going? Multiple questions.
Yeah. What do I do? Why do I do this? Why am I here? Because I'm Algerian. I was brought up in a family where my mom was a boss, you know, and she is like activist since childhood because of the history of Algeria and colonialism. She taught me that you go ahead, don't go back, you know. So that's Algerian women who lives in a society where Islam is the main religion. She trusted me, and I respect that trust. Being a mom now, I mean, to the limit. So that's why I am here, because I think these women I met, these organizations that we're working with, MENA has thousands of women with her who are extremely impressive and a role model. Lubna knows Christian and Muslim women who are, for her, women, you know. Other women who we work with, Maryam, they are just inspiration, and they keep us going, and they brought us here. What we want to do is just show the other story, not the media story, and that's how we met, myself and Maryam. We met on a project that we want to change the stereotype and the stigma of Muslim women. They are all the same. They are living in the same traditions, same customs, and they all wear hijab, and they are all suppressed and oppressed by their men, you know, and they speak the same language and they have the same culture. Actually, no. Yeah. I'm just a normal Algerian woman here. I'm not like the extra liberal, you know, oh, you're liberal. No, I'm just a normal Muslim woman here. So that's just to tell you about the society.
And I want to touch on of how different societies know other societies. That could be by the same people within them, but also what media projects. You were mentioning media right now and Muslim women. And we were talking about this yesterday, right? About what media is projecting about Muslim women now. About Iranian women, especially one where her hair was showing from her hijab. She eventually was killed, and now there's a big movement of women taking their hijabs off, burning them, or cutting their hair. What do you consider this? Do you think this is a feeling women within the, let's say, Arab world or Muslim women are feeling as projecting themselves? Is that women empowerment? Maybe
for some women. And maybe for the other is that Actually, loads of women I've seen in Iran, they would wear hijab with showing some of their hair. If you look back, in the videos or any, you would see some hair. And I don't think that was the direct reason why that happened. I'm not saying that's anything. And I'm against it. As a Muslim, I think that's not Islam for me. That's abuse, that's political, and no one in Islam, and I think Miriam knows this, and Minato, and everyone, and in any religion, life is sacred. And to get to the point that you kill someone else is only to defend yourself. And that's the Islam I know.
That is a very interesting topic, what you mentioned, to defend yourself.
If someone comes to your house and tries to kill you, you defend yourself.
But perhaps, so I'm just considering very stiff societies, such as in Latin America, where men uphold power very, very strongly. So is this some way, and this is open to all of you too, would you consider that this is a way of blocking any type of development or light that is happening within women's resilience? What would you consider? It's open to anyone here right now. Thank you, Miriam.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay, thank you for that question, Bibi. I think the best answer to that, and Laura very eloquently said this too, that this entire framework, right, this entire system that we live in is based on social, cultural, religious norms. And religion is just one part of that, right, when it comes to that. And so I think the thing is that it's, when you look at things in isolation and you think that there is only one aspect of a problem and not look at it holistically, like in a summit or with that, you get into these problems, I think. So I'll take a step back real quick, and just with the expertise that I may have a little bit with this is that, so as a physician, right, if you come to me and you tell me a whole list of problems and I say, I only heard one, we're gonna do this. And then you're gonna look back at me and say, I have all these other problems. You didn't treat me. And I'm like, well, I did. I treated one thing, you're welcome. I would be the worst doctor in the world and I would lose my license, right? But we have leaders who do that, and they're promoted and get money, and they're recognized by nations, and they're recognized by communities, and they're given awards and so on and so forth. So it's a flip, right? And I think that when it comes to Islam, especially in some of the region, I can speak, to where I've been, but without placing blame on just one person, because that doesn't solve anything either, is that when you are trying to create a better society, which is what we're all doing here, right? Create a better society. And if you think religion is the only tool, and when you have grown up in a certain culture, when all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail. So then I need to make men the best, I need to make women the best, I need to make the mosque the best, whatever your house of worship, and you lose the perspective, and then things get extreme. Because that is your only source of control, and humans love to control. They need to control something. So then you squeeze and tight, and then create such dysfunctionality because you've only seen the world as one nail instead of an entire collage of something. So then when you see one strand of hair, we must kill that woman because she has shown her hair, and that is the only way to God. It's a very warped sense of reality, but at the same time, if you have no other context and that is your only world, you are going to adapt to that world in that system. The body does that. If you don't help take care of the body, the heart will go out of control if the rest of the body is not in context. If you don't treat one spot of infection, you have the chance of that becoming systemic and causing greater problems. So I think, I mean, again, just to conclude with that, to not keep going on, but I think what we're seeing is these microcosms where people aren't seeing the greater picture, and then they don't see that, okay, am I actually doing something right or am I doing something wrong? And maybe what I'm doing is incomplete. And so if you want a greater society, showing hair may or may not be the problem, but why is it that men are not educated enough? Or why is it that women have to be known as the wife and not also as farmer or, doctor or whatever, right? And so it's, we need and to hear these voices. And I think that that's the greatest part of all of this I've taken from it, is that the relationships Amal has had with Minatu and Lubna and all the other women, is that we can hear these other stories. And then maybe show these other societies too that there isn't just one way to Islam. There isn't just one way to a greater society. That we can actually work together, because it's actually Quranic, it's religious principles, and it's not even just one religion's principle, it's every religion's principles, right? So
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Mariam. And with that, I'd like to move forward of the spaces, of the dialogues that you've had over the last couple of months, that today is the launch of the Building MENA Climate Resilience Response, a report. Well, it's also a response, it is a report. And so basically, you can find that, as I mentioned at the beginning, at faithandfood.earth/reports. It's the compilation of numerous dialogues that took place since when, Mary? Since a couple of months, yeah. You've been working very hard. We have Andrew here in the room too. We have Steve, and and we have Kelly, and we have also some of the rest of the Faith and Food who were involved in this report. It's engaging women of faith in food systems transformation. Perhaps I'd like to, well, first, give a round of applause for the report. And it is not easy, and there are specific calls to action and points there. What is the highlight? And let's just discuss a bit more about the report and how it relates to the stories here too.
So I'll make sure I'm brief, because I want Amal to fill in most of it. So basically, through the great foresight and wisdom of Andrew Schwartz with the Center for Earth Ethics, and bringing our entire team together, of which here's the Chief Foundation, Interfaith Public Health Network, MENA, I'm going to forget the Bumi Global, Parliament, and World Evangelical Alliance. Anyone else I'm forgetting? Awesome, I got it. Okay, so with all of that, we worked together to create or host 5 dialogues based on the 5 action tracks of the UN Food System Summit. And then at the end of it, we realized we heard such amazing stories, like 40 singular stories that were so interconnected and based on same principles, that we thought, well, how cool would it be that, with COP27 being in Egypt, that if we could even get a little more granular and understand on the ground maybe what is happening, instead of theories, right? And the same people talking and saying what they think is happening. So let's just hear from the women, right? Let's actually, what is the narrative, right? Because right now what we had before was incomplete. So then, because of I was very grateful to have met Amal 2 years ago, and we had already talked about it. She had already created this entire really cool network of relationships, of which Minatu and Lubna are just 2. And we just hosted our own dialogues based on the same framework. And then that's how the report came about. So Amal.
Yeah, and then I came in with Mariam, and thank you so much to the Faith and Food Coalition, to G and Steve and everyone. What happened is, I am thanking you because you gave us the platform, and you kind of empowered and helped us to come here and say what sometimes we think is not very important for those people to hear, or they don't care. So when I started with Mariam trying to look around for stories about how Muslim women live and all that, The grassroots organizations, which are from MENA region until now, are 10 countries, from 10 countries, from, let's say, minority communities. So in terms of languages, we have, I think, more than 7 languages in the dialects, so Arabic and dialects. So, and language brings culture as well with it, as you may know. So we started talking, and we started our first dialogue, virtual one. Some of the women, they were like finding out that's crazy, the Zoom and the connection. And then we had to use some translation. I was translator for Mary and the time, etc. But technology helped, and I think is one of the solutions to move forward and hear the voices of all these regions. Language was a problem, but we got over it for now. And we realized that these women, what they want to do is to be heard from their perspective, how they see things, how they see food insecurity, how do they see climate change. And we had someone from Libya, and we're trying to keep anonymity here. So someone from Libya, she was like, actually, what's climate change? You know, what do you mean? We know what is it. We know the word. We know, but it doesn't exist here. We have other things. We try to generate income. We try to navigate, you know, the tribal communities, and we are doing the traditional work, which is trainings and etc. Women from war zones like Palestine, Gaza, and Syria, but not only Gaza, but Syria, I mean, not only Syria, but the northwest of Syria, which has no government, relies 100% on aid, external aid. She was like, guys, we're talking about sexual exploitation for securing food. And we're in different worlds. We have different languages. When I think of Yemen, is different story as well. We working with these organizations which supports and tries to integrate Yemeni women in their own society, because they lived in Saudi Arabia, and because of the war they were forced to leave Saudi Arabia. So the lifestyle is extremely different, from the best to the worst. And I'll start with this one. Every morning a mother needs to speak to her child and go like, it's okay, you don't need to have cereal. They don't know cereal here. So, and trying to convince the child and try to reintegrate them in their own origins is hard work, and that's part of the food security. When we talk about North Africa, and I really want to mention this, countries from North Africa, some of them, they are always highlighted in the reports in the UN, but some of them, they are kind of forgotten. Like Algeria, for instance, Western Sahara, MENA keeps going to international platforms just to say we are Western Sahara. And I met so many people who didn't even hear of it. The other thing is Tunisia. And I'm trying to give you a snapshot. So trying to tell you, the people, Tunisia, the main problem is because of the water, because of the climate change. Women are farmers, and they work in olive trees and all that. So this year, 50% of their work is gone down, because 50% of wherever the olive trees are down, and is a big problem. And they're trying to build resilience, etc. What we realize that these organizations, these grassroots organizations, they're led by women, and these women, they believe in their beliefs, they work with their values, and they're trying to adapt and find ways of doing this. Main observation was that they are going back to the traditions, how they use food, how they recycle it, how they reuse it, and connecting the culture and the relationship between food and family. and allow me maybe to just mention this. Maybe Laura can
I was
relate.
exactly looking at Laura.
Yeah, Laura can relate to this. As Mediterranean and North African and Middle Eastern, we have a very strong relationship with food. Our kids know the exact names of every vegetables.
Wow.
They see all the colors. So this Western problem, like, you know, the burgers, we don't have burger, we cook from scratch. So what I'm trying to say, the problem is not just that. The problem is interconnected, is intersectional, you know, is more complex. And whenever we go to international platforms, we're always asked, oh, you're Muslim, you're not wearing hijab. Oh, you're that. Well, actually, I have more other problems. I am a woman, you know? I'm a woman, I'm here, I'm with you. I left my husband behind looking after my kids. So that's what we want to say. Minatou keeps traveling from one country to another, and she comes from Bedouin society. And we're proud of that, you know? So, yeah. Listen to us, listen to the grassroots, and maybe believe in our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amel. So I will go with Laura now too. Please see the report again while we are talking.
Looking forward to reading it.
Yes. Laura, and what was mentioning Amel right now is that they're going back to their roots of doing and cooking and not so much keeping it local, the traditions. Then, for example, FAO comes in and any support that they can bring within the countries and their solutions and the projects that you were mentioning. How do you intertwine that with local traditions and how we are moving forward, but taking a great consideration in our past?
Well, okay. Thanks for the question. I think the ideal scenario would be that traditions and local, for example, seed varieties are preserved while also trying to train project participants about new technologies, new techniques. So trying to keep a kind of balance between what's traditional and what's innovative, let's say. And I'm happy also to see a renewed interest in topics such as agroecology, which is nothing new. It's about going back to the origin and using, for example, organic fertilizers. So I think that it's this kind of initiatives are those that needs to that are the most effective, let's say, in rebalancing the tradition with the innovation. Also, for example, another topic that is also very related to the climate smart solutions is the one of food waste. So, for example, learning or relearning to reuse food byproducts or food that otherwise would go to waste, producing juices, mashing the vegetable leftovers, bio fertilizers, and so on and so forth. So yeah, being, and talking to the communities, talking to the women that are engaged throughout the food chain, to empower them with these techniques, let's say, that mix the new with the old, and just doing the old better, let's say, in a more efficient way. I think that's very important. Maybe, yes, I would like to maybe share another initiative that I learned from another FAO colleague, and I would like to give a bit more of visibility because it's also very related to what we're talking about, which is the issue of helping women that are working on the ground at grassroots level, women-led civil society organization, reach these global fora, like, for example, COP27, COP28, that are going to be in the MENA region in Egypt and the UAE this year and next year. So what this initiative, which is called We Can, is doing is basically they call themselves a nurturing community of practice to empower women in dryland areas. And it is an initiative that was launched last year by the Forestry Division of FAO. It counts now 150 women-led organizations and really help do what maybe Mineto is already doing. So let's say give the tools to the women that are working on the ground to participate in climate negotiations. And both through, let's say, leadership skills, not only technical skills, because they may have technical skills if they already work in food security, for example. But what is missing is also the leadership skill, how to talk in these international fora. Also, let's say, the admin support of just getting a visa, getting an accreditation to this kind of very complicated processes of international events. And so what they managed to do, for example, in the UNCCD, so the COP15 that took place in Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire for desertification, was to actually have one of the representatives there from Lebanon to really join the gender caucus and discuss how gender issues can be better integrated in the COP roadmap. So let's say, yeah, bridging this gap between women on the ground and big negotiations, and not just having women just as a token. Okay, 150 women attended the COP, done. No. How do they attend that? Do they speak up? Do they have the tools to do that?
Thank you so much, Laura. And I want to open the mic of Lubna and Minetu. I want to hear from you, when you've been in those positions, so that you've been invited to those spaces, and not just be a checkbox that has been checked. Your voices and your actions, how have they impacted the global a bit wider aspect of the rest of the colleagues that were there with you?
Would you like to start, Minetu?
Okay, thank you, Rubna. Honestly, I really think that as my colleague said, just giving the space to all women to share their stories, especially women in grassroots, and not only let the politicians and others, or some people who came as experts in international organizations, visiting, for example, camps or visiting, and just generalize some ideas and report them. I think it's very always important to give women the space. It has been very always challenging for me. Sometimes, given the political background of my people, Western Sahara is not yet a member of the UN, though we are a member of the African Union, but all these political, unfortunately, issues sometimes hinder my participation at international platforms. But still, I always believe that whenever I make any contribution, it helps a little bit breaking some stereotypes around women, refugees, Muslims, especially that I am always, proud to speak about the experience of my other women. And, I never felt in any way that being a Muslim or wearing my malhfa or my hijab hinder my ability to interact with any other women around the globe, as I manage it also with my own efforts to learn, as I speak now Spanish and English. So I have been given the chances in some, but I believe it's not enough. All the international platforms need to be open to hear all women, especially women in those who are not given enough space to speak, and especially those who are always stigmatized by being Muslims or Arab or even any other minorities. That's always, link it to some problems. So I believe that we can be part of the solution, and I think that's the only way, just to give us the mic sometimes. Thank you.
Excellent that you said it straight and directly. Hope everyone heard that and take it deep down. Oh, Lubna, are you still there? Well, Lubna, same question to you. Bueno, we'll have the same question to Lubna when her video comes back on. I think in spaces, we also need to be very straightforward. So Minetu, as you just mentioned it now, I think it gives a lot of confidence to women. So I really thank you for those words. We are reaching to a moment where perhaps I'd like to give the audience the opportunity to reflect on some questions that they may have for our panel. All right, we have our first questions from the audience.
Hello, good morning to our, and good afternoon to our lovely panelists. We have a question online here, which was reflecting on violence against women as an expression of religious faith, particularly with the hijabs. The question reads, I think hijabs are beautiful. What's not beautiful is when men take it upon themselves to control women and our bodies. Whether that's in the United States or abroad, how can we come together as women of faith to reclaim the things that are sacred to us? Is there a way to do this through our food?
Excellent question, and so inspiring. Panel, who would like to answer?
Definitely, can you hear me? Yeah. Definitely our food reflects us as women, as I'm speaking from the MENA region. In the way we prepare it from scratch, how we get when a woman is in the field and is collecting or making the scratch ingredients of food, she might be wearing hijab or not, or halfway, like the Iranian woman. And she doesn't think of what religion she's from or what, she's just doing everyday work. The women I'm talking to, I like to go back to the women I'm talking on behalf. For instance, in Yemen, women want to empower and provide food security through to their families through the production of oud, the bkhor, which makes the scent nicer in the rooms, and is part of their culture and is everywhere in every house, and that's the easiest way to produce and to generate income, and that will be used in the cooking, and when you come into the house, you will smell the oud, not the food. So, but she might be wearing hijab or not, so it doesn't matter really. What are they looking now is that problem is becoming a big problem because they don't know how to produce or make this oud without using chemicals, without harming their health because of the asthma and the breathing, and the ways. And I'm just going to the point that they need the support from international organizations or the bodies who want to really change the climate, to target the climate problems, and help some and offer some expertise and research in this. And what is the reflection here is that when you go to this house, the woman is still cooking, is the main food provider, but her house, doesn't smell of food, smells of something really nice, like the smell of perfume. That's how I see it. And I mean, for me, I don't know, I'm Algerian. I see hijab like any other things. I don't see it, you see. I talk to Lubna or Minatu or my other friend who's not a different sect, and I see just women. You see, that's perception. That's how you want to see things, and you learn how to see things as well, how to visualize and how to detach from that movies and media, how they portray things and how they want you to see things. So I see Maryam or Kelly or Laura, the same thing. I see them women going through the same thing as women. I hope I answered this question.
Can I just pass it on to Lubna? Lubna, as you were caught off for a moment there, we got a question from the audience of how do you reflect through food? But maybe I'd like to maybe expand on the question on your expertise on human rights. How do you express the human rights of women through food and in your line of work? In your line of work and your personal life as well.
As human rights activists, it's the freedom to do things that you like to do freely and to have a equal opportunity. What's happening that women do not have equal opportunity as such for so many reasons. Because we don't have, we cannot reach the funds same way men do. Like we have problems in the inheritance, inheriting from our lands, from our parents and grandparents. Usually families do see that women has no right to inherit the lands because she is married to a foreigner, to a foreign man, but he has the right to keep the land because he's keeping the name, he's giving the land to his sons, he's giving the land to extended family so that when they grow. So these little issues do matter. Like if I want if I inherit a land and I want to keep, and I would, not in all societies, but in few societies, I will struggle to keep that land. I will struggle to convince them that I have the right to keep the land, same as my brother. But sometimes women do succeed, and most of the time they don't. So reaching the funds, reaching equal opportunities in doing whatever we want as humans is not available all the time. So this is somehow a challenge that we are facing as well. And I hope going ahead with believing that we should have equal opportunities will make a way for women, for other women, to go steadily and reach whatever they want to be.
Something that I mentioned at the beginning, and now hearing all of you speak as well, is it safe to do what you are doing? Do you feel safe? And do other women feel safe as well?
Yes, most of the time. Knowing that in 2017, I got an award from Beverly Hills for my work with women in danger. So I have the courage, thanks God. So I think of other people, I think of how to support women and how to go about, different issues, sometimes taking the chance, sometimes taking the risk. But we should support each other. Otherwise, we will go backwards more and more. So, and we cannot do it, for the sake of families, children, for the families of and societies as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Laura. You had the mic before when I passed it on to Lubna, but please, you are going to give an answer to the question as well that Steve pointed from the audience.
Yes, just another reflection about maybe what could be the role of religious communities also to promote women's rights also in connection to food. Because I was thinking about religious festivities where which are a period, for example, Ramadan, but not only, where the the household chores become magnified and intensified for women, especially because, as Amel was saying, women are the primary food providers. So they not only have to, if they have the chance to work, they have a professional a career, but they also they bear on their shoulders all the pressures of the family, the society, the expectations to provide for magnificent meals during religious festivities. And the burden of this work is not shared within the household members or within the couple. So maybe a role for religious communities, religious leaders could be to rebalance this work burden and to try to plant the seeds in a more equal gender division of gender roles, for example, especially during these festivities, these religious festivities, where it is more evident and more tangible that the workload is specifically on women.
All right, thank you so much, Laura. Well, we are rapidly reaching the last minutes, but we have 2 questions from the audience. We have 2 questions from the audience. If you can be very quick in your in your questions and very quick in your answers too.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kajatu. I'm part of Faithfully Sustainable, an environmental justice organization aimed at getting resources to young Muslims in New York City here. So some of you touched on the environmental justice piece as it relates to, religion a little bit, but I really want to understand in the MENA region, how is religion, specifically Islam, is Islam a motivational factor for environmental justice action in the MENA region? Like, have you observed that to actually be something that the community is using to motivate them to create solutions or to get solutions from?
Thank you. Yes, and the second question. Thank you, Steve.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Bibi.
So glad to have
Miriam.
you in the audience and your question.
I'm very touched with this topic here because Bibi, you mentioned we had to put our foot down. My question is when and how. Now, from the gender equality and social justice, I myself have been in Jordan 7 years ago, 3 years consecutively with the Tzu Chi Foundation, going there on a humanitarian, of course, medical mission, being I'm a health professional too. In Mafra, where the world's 2nd largest refugee center, I saw only women because the men, they abandoned them, and only women with single children in the middle of the desert. Of course, we saw the Bedouin. As you know, they are the climate refugees for generations. They have been displaced. They don't even have legal status, and of course the soil, they can't grow anything. So climate change, of course, has a big toll. So my question is, as we are speaking here as women and men, the minority here, how can we able to, from this discussion, how can we do something to change what the women have been doing in the Mafra camp? And I spoke with I had the privilege of speaking with Prince Hassan, who has been the big advocate with Tzu Chi. Because of him, they were able to do all the social work. In Mafra, the UNHCR, they built the refugee camp, and a lot of NGOs, they completely left that place alone. So Prince Hassan said, thank you very much, Tzu Chi, for bringing all the food and medical things, but I think they need more, he need more from us. The basic thing, one of the solutions is education and love. Those are the 2 things. But I want to pose this question to all of us here. How and when are we able to help this social injustice, gender equality? Thank you.
Thank you for those two questions. I'd like to move it forward now to the panel to respond. And with that, the part of love, I think it's also very, very true in a way that we can demonstrate it. And we're reaching COP. And in Egypt, it's high time to put the foot down there. So who would like to answer the two questions very briefly, and then we'll have closing remarks, and yeah.
Okay, I'll try to do it both quickly, and then that way then let everybody else talk. I think for both, Steve and I had this conversation that using dialogue as action, there is no one solution. I think that that's one thing that we've come away with this, because these are complex problems, right? And so Islam has been used as to perpetuate the problem, but these women every day, like Lubna uses Christianity, Minatu uses Islam, whatever they may use, you can use your religion as the solution. Because the same way that when these dialogues have realized that women on the ground know what the problem is, so because of that agency, they know the solution. And sometimes that's from the religion, sometimes it's just from knowing the soil, sometimes it's knowing the climate, whatever it may be. Again, Islam is one part of the solution, religion's one part of the solution, but it's incomplete if you just use that. We need science, we need the greater mapping tools, we need to understand human rights from a broader perspective. We need to understand inheritance law. We need to understand what is, and then not only just that, but how if you've met one person, you've met one person. You've met one Muslim, you've met only one Muslim. And that even one neighborhood can be different than another neighborhood. And the only way to know that granularity is to talk. And that's the one thing I've come away with this. When I listen in on the conversations these women have, I don't know what they're saying because it's all in Arabic and I don't speak Arabic. But the voice, the passion that you hear, it transcends religion, it transcends gender, it's love. It's the human connection, and it goes back to what we talk about with our dialogues, that what people want is to connect. And I would say that there's so much power in that, because the minute you understand someone, you're not going to sign a bad document, a plan. You're not going to fund the wrong thing this time, right? To actually hear it. So I hope that answers both of it, that you need religion, but only religion is incomplete as a solution. And these women use their faith to help them propel change. But it's so much more than that, like what Amal was saying, is that it's not about when they're actually doing the thing, it's about, oh, is someone smelling something good? Is my food gonna be liked by others? Who cares what they look like and who they are? I hope that answers it both, and then.
Thank you so much, Mariam. And we have reached the end of this session because we are over time, but I invite you to please have the bilateral sessions now, conversations with the audience. Yes, I hope that is fine with you. And I appreciate we have Andrew on the back. Thank you so much. And to all the audience here today, it was my pleasure of moderating this conversation. Thank you for letting me part of this. And to the whole Tucci family for their wonderful kindness all this week. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Thanks so much. And with this, I'd like to ask our speakers to still stay on Zoom with us for a moment so we can take a photo with the group of panelists. And to all of us joining online, we welcome you to continue this conversation with us online and virtually, and look forward to inviting you to our next session at 1 p.m. where we explore solutions at the nexus of climate, animal welfare, and sustainable development. Thanks so much. Thank you all. Be well. Be in good health. And we'll talk soon. Thanks for all your contributions.
Yeah, no, you want to say?
Thank you, Minetu. Thank you, Lubna. Such a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much in Arabic. Yeah.
I hope you
شكراً،
enjoyed the session.
شرفتونا وأهلا وسهلا بكم. الله يجازيكم. سلام.
Thank you, ladies, so much. You were excellent. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Christina, if you can wave, if you can hear me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, Christina, 3. Christina, can you hear me? If you can give me a wave. Wonderful. I have you on mute right now just for a small thing, but I see that you can hear me. That's good. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. For this session, I'm delighted to be bringing us reflections as we begin to unpack the animal nexus of animal welfare, solutions based around food systems transformation and sustainable development. And so I'm going to pass it over to Amelia Lin to introduce our panel as we begin to think about what holistic solutions already exist to really address this nexus.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. We're so happy to be here today for the event on solutions at the nexus of climate, animal welfare, and sustainable development. I first would like to thank Suu Kyi for hosting today's event and for this whole week of the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. And I'd also like to thank our co-organizers, Brighter Green, Compassionate World Farming, Mercy for Animals, Parliament of the World's Religions, ProVeg International, World Animal Protection, and the World Federation for Animals. My name is Amelia Lin, and I am the Director of Global Policy at Mercy for Animals. And I am joined by an incredible panel today. And I'll introduce them quickly, but we'll hear much more about their work as we get into the conversation. So joining me are Jessica Kwong, the founder and CEO of Jack and Friends, Ali Molinero, Campaigns Manager for Compassionate World Farming, Yuru Cho, Director of Audit for Suu Kyi Medical Foundation, and my colleague Cristina Mendoza, Managing Director, Mercy for Animals in Brazil, who's joining us virtually. And we'll also be joined shortly by Nasreen Al-Saim, the Chair of the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Today's event will explore this nexus between animal welfare, climate change, and sustainable development, and we'll do that through examples and solutions from our panelists. Before we move into the discussion, I wanted to share a brief context on this nexus concept. The Secretary General's 2020 Harmony with Nature report states that a first step in recognizing the rights of nature is the recognition that non-human animals are sentient beings, not mere property, and must be afforded respect and legal recognition. In recent years, we have seen a growing recognition of the interlinkages between animal welfare, sustainable development, and the triple planetary crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These interlinkages are seen across categories of animals, from wild animals to working animals to animals in the food system. Earlier this year, the UN Environment Assembly adopted a landmark resolution recognizing that animal welfare can contribute to addressing environmental challenges, promoting the One Health approach, and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The resolution calls for the production of a report on this nexus between animal welfare, environment, and sustainable development to be presented at UNEA 6 in 2024. Even with growing recognition across the UN system, the current Sustainable Development Agenda overlooks animal welfare. This key mission was specifically recognized in the 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report. Our current treatment of animals threatens sustainable development. Industrial animal agriculture, which has only become widespread in the past few generations, drives deforestation and biodiversity loss, contributes significantly to climate change, and is marked by a range of welfare issues, including animals bred to grow so quickly that they suffer skeletal abnormalities. There are strong links between animal welfare and the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, animal welfare has strong linkages to SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. Animal agriculture uses vast amounts of water and contributes to the pollution of waterways and ecosystems, while wild animals can also contribute to water conservation and the creation of wetlands. SDG 13 on climate action has particular relevance to animal welfare, both in the contribution to global emissions and the impact of climate change on animals. Raising animals for food contributes at least 14.5% to global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. The recent IPCC AR6 mitigation report notes that shifts towards plant-based diets can have substantial decreases in GHG emissions while also providing health benefits and reducing mortality from diet-related non-communicable diseases. According to an Eat Forum report, if the whole world adopted the food consumption patterns of the G20 countries, by 2050, we would exceed the planetary boundaries of food-related GHG emissions by 263%. The impacts of climate change, from rising temperatures to the increased intensity and frequency of natural disasters, are affecting the lives of human and non-human animals at a global scale. In 2020, Australian bushfires killed or displaced nearly 3 billion animals. This summer in the United States, heat waves killed thousands of cattle in Kansas. And earlier this month in Zimbabwe moved 2,500 wild animals over 400 miles due to climate change-induced drought. With this context in mind, our focus today is on building a better future. Many of the solutions needed to address climate change, sustainable development, and animal welfare already exist, and practices are being implemented today. Our panelists will share examples in the fields of policy, alternative proteins, refining production systems, and transitions to plant-rich diets. So I'm excited to turn it over to our panelists today, and maybe I can start with a first question for you all. In your field of work, what solutions have you come across that help us to both improve animal welfare and tackle climate change? And Ali, I would love to start with you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, well, to answer this first question, the solutions that we've come across are twofold. So first, we need to reduce the number of livestock within our food system. We currently have about 80 billion livestock animals around the world, meaning that they outnumber humans by about 10 to 1. And in the United States, livestock outnumber humans by almost 30 to 1. Now, of these 80 billion livestock animals, about 50 billion of them are in intensive industrialized farming systems. So we are way over the natural carrying capacity of the earth for these types of animals. For instance, a single laying hen operation could have 5 million hens, each in these battery cages that hold 6 to as many as 12 hens, and they are, there's rows and rows of them stacked several tiers high in a single operation. So, even if we wanted to give these animals higher welfare, bring them all out onto pasture, where is the land to do that? It turns out to be a straight up logistical issue in many cases. The agriculture sector already takes up 50% of the world's habitable land, and 83% of that is dedicated to livestock production. So if you wanted to take these, 5 million hens and put them onto pasture, that landowner probably doesn't have enough room to do that. And when you multiply that by the 50 billion in intensified systems, we really just don't have anywhere for these animals to go to, give them higher welfare. So that's number one. We need to reduce the number of animals in the system. And number two is we need to bring our livestock animals and integrate them back into the local ecosystems. So in order to talk about the nexus between climate and animal welfare, I want to talk a little bit about soil. Now, a lot of people think that trees or the oceans are great carbon sinks, which they are, that's true. But a vastly overlooked and underutilized carbon sink is our soil. And when I say soil, I don't mean necessarily the dirt itself. I'm talking about the microorganisms in the soil, or at least that should be in healthy soil. Healthy soil has millions of microorganisms per teaspoon. We're talking bacteria, fungi, protozoa, nematodes, microarthropods, earthworms. All of these are living beings, and living beings store carbon. So now with that knowledge, what happens in a higher welfare system? Well, let me use cows as an example, because cows are typically given the most flack because they release methane, and that's true. But cows are not inherently bad for the planet. Maybe when there's millions of them, they are, but ruminant animals have been a part of local ecosystems for centuries. Here in the Americas and the Great Plains, we have elk, bison, pronghorn, bighorn sheep, mule deer, etc. And all of these animals are beneficial to their ecosystems when they're behaving naturally, when they have high welfare, right? So coming back to the cows, what do cows normally do? Well, you have a herd of cows. They come onto a plot of land and they start grazing. And the act of taking the top of that grass, chopping it off, stimulates the plant's growth. And it also actually stimulates the growth of microorganisms in the soil. The details of how that works I can get into later, but for now, so it stimulates the growth of this vegetation, these microorganisms that are storing carbon. And the cows, they eat, they digest, they take the nutrients that they need, and the rest of the nutrients comes out as waste, manure, right? So that manure falls onto the ground. Maybe some insects will get in there, some birds will kind of, start shifting and move that manure around a bit, and eventually it starts to decompose because of these microorganisms in the soil, and they start to kind of reclaim those nutrients back into the soil, and they get recycled. So that's what happens in a regular high welfare, climate satisfactory system, right? Now what happens when those cows are on a feedlot? Well, a lot of them have been selectively bred to require these unnatural grain diets. And so basically every part of this system is not good for soil health, and it kills the microorganisms. This grain is monocropped, which is not good for our soil health. It's inundated with inorganic fertilizers and pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, again, killing soil microorganisms. Then it's transported on site to the feedlot. This feedlot has been cleared of vegetation, and any that started to grow was trampled because there's so many cows on such a small plot of land, and they're unable to move on to the next plot of land like they normally would in a system. They're roamers, right? So, because of that bare soil and the compaction from being trampled over and over again, there's no vegetation, there's no, their soil biology is not doing well. And then they're fed these grains, and where does their manure go? Well, a lot of times it's collected into a manure lagoon. And these are literally just big vats of manure. And they go anaerobic, and that's where you produce a lot of the things that you don't want, nitrous oxide and methane, which are powerful greenhouse gases. And all those nutrients that were in the manure are not being cycled back into the soil. So in order to have good welfare and support our climate, we need to let animals do what they naturally do. That's often thought of as regenerative agriculture, which is derived from indigenous land stewardship. But these are the solutions that we have right now that we can implement.
Thank you so much, Allie. Jessica, would you like to go?
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Yeah, I agree with everything that was just said, especially, on the upstream regenerative agriculture level. I'd like to talk about, something a little bit more downstream from my perspective as someone that comes from a food science background and is now operating in the plant-based CPG space. So just as importantly, very crucial to educate on the consumer level, really have consumers understand how, animal agriculture is impacting, animals on an ethical level, but also, overall climate and, climate change and impacting the environment, right? I think, they're the ones that are driving purchase and, driving what products are out in the market at the, consumer demand level. So it's, very important to kind of have them understand the impact that their choices make, and then have that become, a cyclical procedure of, driving commercial production with actual food companies. So, I think what we're seeing right now, obviously, is a huge increase in awareness, importance, and interest in the plant-based food industry, which is great. Consumers are becoming more educated. They're more willing to try new options, and because of that, companies like Jack and Friends, like all these other companies operating in the space, are innovating, and it becomes a really important cycle where consumers are asking for more. So companies are trying to deliver, and then as they deliver, there's more and more options in the space, and it's driving more interest from consumers and more trial. So, I think from that perspective, the more that we can educate and kind of create new and better options to, serve those early adopters, really, that are becoming interested in this space, either on a health level, sustainability level, animal ethical level, the more that we can perpetuate our goals and, really have essentially a win-win situation for everyone.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that idea of educating consumers and that driving demand. Yuru, I wonder if you could give us your perspective.
From the Tzu Chi Medical Foundation, we work with a lot of doctors and health workers, but in this medical field, that we have a lot of researches about how plant-based diet is good for our health, especially curing some of the chronic diseases that our doctors suggest plant-based diet. And also, in order to walk the talk, all the meals provided by all our hospitals and our nursing homes and our long-term care facilities, we only provide plant-based food. And these are subsidized by the foundation, so that we wanted to show our employee how healthy and how delicious plant-based food can be. And it's very affordable. I think it's less than $1 that employee pay for each meal. And it's as much as you can eat. And they can take it back home if they want to for their family. And this is not just happening in the medical foundation. In a family of Tzu Chi foundations, we have charity foundation, we have education foundation, and we have cultural foundation. And this plant-based diet promotion is in all of our foundation because we are a Buddhist-based organization. So from the Buddhist perspective, to love all living beings, we adopt plant-based lifestyle as a way of showing our compassion. So we encourage all the staff and volunteers to eat only plant-based meals in our activity, in our facility. And it is not a burden to adopt plant-based diet because we have education lessons for as young as our kindergarten students all the way to our doctors, medical researchers, and they all agree that plant-based diet is good for our body. And there's a Chinese saying, we are what we eat. And nowadays, really, we see so many disease attacking the animals. And if we're not sure what we're eating, plant-based diet is a sure way to safeguard our health and also to have that compassion for all living beings. And in our TV station, they take the initiative of making a lot of commercials educating audience from all different age level to see the truth behind the meat that we're really eating. It's not just a steak. It's not just a fillet of fish. It is cute living chickens or fish. They all have their family. And we don't want to take away their life, their right to live from wherever they are happily living in the different ecosystem in the world. And we need them in their ecosystem to make this a healthy living planet for our future generation. So all these commercials are paid for by the sponsor of our friends of the TV station, and they, in a way, will take these messages back to their companies. So it's not just in the nonprofit organization that were promoting the plant-based diet and lifestyle. We are also working with a lot of our sponsors. These are companies, major companies, international companies, and to ask them, invite them to join us in this promotion for a healthy plant-based lifestyle.
Thank you so much. I think it's so important to think about that link to health and again back to education as well. I'd like to turn to Christina, who's joining us virtually. Christina, I'd love to hear if you could share more about your work in Brazil.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here, calling from Brazil, actually helping me to reduce my climate footprint in order not to travel to the US. And just to let you know that maybe you will hear some animals speaking also here. I'm calling from a sanctuary that rescues animals from the industry. So they will participate with me as well. So first of all, I would like to, as all the colleagues, I at Mercy for Animals also work to support animals that are considered for food. So I'm not, of course, all animals deserve to be protected, to be respected and to be free, but I'm focusing in our work, focused primarily entirely on animals that are considered for food for the reasons that you have just heard from our colleagues. And what I would like to invite, I'm sure people who are maybe in person attending the auditorium or attending virtually, maybe you are a climate strategist or environmental activist, that you are actually consuming animal food. So first of all, I'd like to invite you to hold yourself with compassion, to stay curious with a beginner's mind to participate in this dialogue. And I raise my hand because I worked for more than 20 years as a sustainability professional, and for decades I have eaten animal products. So if you are in this situation, please be sure that I'm not here pointing fingers or anything like that. So I think this is important to frame the conversation, because as all the other participants have shared, can you hear me well? Okay, wonderful. From an animal welfare perspective, the very best thing we can do is to reduce the number of animals in the food system. And actually, this happens also to be the very best thing we can do for climate change as well. As Amelie has mentioned, the IPCC mitigation report, the 6th report, is absolutely clear that from the demand side, there is nothing more impactful than a dietary shift to a more plant-based diet, along with avoiding food waste and overconsumption. In Brazil, for instance, livestock represents 21% of greenhouse gas emissions of all the sectors. So more than energy, more than transport, more than anything else, apart from land use and change. And when we combine land use and change with livestock, because most of the land use and change in Brazil is made either to create grasslands to raise cattle or to produce food to feed animals. So when we combine agriculture, livestock with land use and change, it reaches 71% of greenhouse gas emissions in Brazil. So there is absolutely bright and clear that removing animals from the food system is the very best thing we can do for animal welfare and for climate. And that is exactly what we are doing here in Brazil. We work both with private and public sector. So in the private sector, we have been working since 2020 with our Choose VEG program, helping companies in the food sector to include and promote vegan options. So from restaurant chains to hotels, to food service providers. We also have collaborated with 3 major traditional brands like Unilever Food Solutions, Sodexo, providing training, developing materials. And I have here Master Animals cats also here joining me. They may appear in the scene as well. So in the public sector, we have been collaborating with city networks like ICLEI and C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, supporting municipal governments as well as state governments to offer more health and sustainable options. When I mean health and sustainable options, I mean literally reducing the amount of any animal ingredients. So just for you to have a sense of what I'm talking about, over the past 5 years, our partners institutions have served more than 15 million plant-based meals. This is around preventing the emissions of around 16,000 tons of CO2. So we provide trainings, we create menus, we help training chefs to make sure that they really understand that it's not something difficult. On the contrary, that is food that is that's delicious and nutritious and nourishes our health, our planet, and all beings. So that's the main point I'd like to say in terms of solutions to address both points. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I'm always inspired by the scale of the work, both in the number of meals and the emissions reductions. It's really wonderful to hear. I'd like to turn back to our panel to think a little bit more broad than just climate. So the examples from your work, how do these speak to the links between the systems and products that you work on that consider animals' well-being and the advancement of other areas of sustainable development? Jessica, would you like to go first?
Hello, okay. Yeah, I think, going back to something that we said, or something that I mentioned earlier, back to consumer adoption. So obviously, working in the plant-based food sector, very specific or focused on the food industry. But I think really the goal is to, shine a light on certain parts or certain areas or industries, and then have that kind of extend out to other areas that also affect sustainability or, nexus of climate change in general, where I think, like with anything else, having a specific point of introduction is always helpful for someone who is, first trying to, become educated or learn about a specific topic. So, from a food CPG perspective, consumer could know nothing about climate change, sustainability, anything at all. Be walking down the aisle, see a plant-based meat brand or our plant-based jerky at Jack and Friends, pick it up, find it really interesting, and learn more about the work that we're doing through just one product or just one company, and then kind of spark an interest in learning more about plant-based food, and then hopefully learning more about sustainability in general, and animal agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and kind of have that extend outward, where I think in commercial industries, industry partners or consumers, people live within certain niches, but I think everyone, at least who is, trying to push sustainability forward, is always interested in, working with other partners to find the intersections of, different industries and promote, overall sustainability and, positively impacting the climate.
Thank you so much. Yuru, I wonder if you'd like to go.
It has been every day that in our morning assembly meeting, we have representatives from all different area of our work. We share about our experience, lessons learned, and very often we hear stories from doctors, from professors, or from TV producer about how plant-based diet has been inspiring them to be different. For example, for some of our kindergarten teachers, I remember this story because she said when some of the kids first come into our kindergarten program, some of them haven't started the plant-based diet. But with our daily meals of vegetarian dishes and our lessons in teaching the children about having compassion for animals, not eat them, protect them and love them, teachers find that children are having better anger management skills than when they first come to the program. And we're talking about children who are very young, 3 to 5 years old. And teachers are very amazed at how introducing a different food can change a child so much. And sometimes these work are difficult to attain with different other approaches. And they found that plant-based diet is really good to kind of calm our tempers. And in our medical research area, we also found that there are so much that we can learn from different herbal plants. Like, for example, right before the pandemic, a group of medical researchers are trying to find a way to help with heart disease and respiratory disease. And it was a very kind of it wasn't by accident, it was by suggestion from different workers in this morning volunteering assembly and our administrative meeting that we have all professionals from all different foundations getting together, that they started to look into some of the very common herbal plants that we have in Taiwan, that they start working on these plants and the pandemic broke out. And then they found that these extracts are very good for either to help us boost our immunity or to prevent the symptom from COVID getting worse. And this is truly something that they never thought about, because such a discovery would normally take a long time, probably if not decades, then at least close to 7 or 8 years. But in this particular discovery, it only took them 1 year. And they were really amazed at how actually the cure is right near us. We didn't know. And vegetarian is really in our every single aspect in our life. And in our charity foundation, we ask our donors, our volunteers, to reflect deeply about how having respect for animals and all living beings in the world can reduce our desire for buying unnecessary things that just cluttering up our life. And having those extra money that we can help people in need. For example, every day that we put our spare changes into a coin bank. And in a way of making good wish to help those in need, and also making a vow to uphold our compassion for all living beings. And these small changes, though it's small in amount, collected together every month, that when disaster strike, we're always ready to help people at the first instant when we get there, instead of waiting for the fund to arrive later. And people who are suffering cannot wait, and our charity program are always very active in different countries at all times of the day. Disaster doesn't wait for the morning to come. So I think plant-based diet is just very important in our operation from all different aspects, not only a religious or faith-based calling, but also we find that it is very beneficial for us to start with something that we eat, and we talk about compassion, we talk about health benefit, we talk about having that enlightened truth, how this ecosystem is all working together. And if we respect each other, then we'll have a better future.
Thank you so much, Yuru. And I just want to lift up, I really appreciate the connection between the food that we eat and mental health as well. I think that's a really interesting connection. Ali, I wonder if we can go to you next, thinking more about how the work that you do connects to other sustainable development goals.
Absolutely. So I think my fellow panelists and I have made it clear at this point that reducing meat and dairy consumption and production is a critical piece to the climate puzzle. And Amelia also mentioned life on land and life below water. But one of the other SDGs that I wanted to touch on today is zero hunger. So I know that in climate talks, there's usually a lot of numbers thrown out, and I know, but just bear with me for a second. So there's about 8 billion people on this earth, right? Now, it's been calculated that our food system can produce enough food to feed about 17.5 billion people. And yet, we have about 820 million people worldwide who are considered hungry. Now, why is that? So there are multiple reasons, of course, but a major reason is factory farming, is the overuse of animal products. There are enough human edible grain crops fed to animals on factory farms to feed 4 billion people directly, which is about 5 times that of the hungry population. So, of course, that it poses a problem. And what else causes a problem is that animal consumption is extremely inefficient. So, generally, for every 100 calories fed to a livestock animal, we only get about 17 to 30 calories back in the form of meat. So that brings us to what Amelia was saying about if the world adopted the G20 diets, it would be very unsustainable. And why is that? It's because it's an extremely inefficient use of resources to be focusing the majority of your diet on animal-based products.
Thank you so much. And finally, Christina, could we go to you?
Yes, thank you so much. I will try to complement. And let's see. Ali, you mentioned about energy efficiency. I'll just illustrate in terms of SDG 2, the alleviation of hunger, just to give some concrete examples. In Brazil, just in Brazil, 70% of cereals are planted to feed animals. So this is, to me, is shocking, directly related to SDG 2. And also tap into your comment as well, Ali, in terms of energy efficiency. I would say it directly impacts SDG 7. SDG 7 talks about renewable energy, but it also talks about energy efficiency. So we are talking about, and I will give a very brief example, just for us to have an understanding of why we are treating this system completely different from other systems. So industrial animal agriculture is very inefficient. It's inherent to the system itself. So we are talking about transforming a living being, objectifying a living being, and transforming this into an industrial machine, into an industrial facility to produce food. So if we conduct an energy balance assessment, it is like absolutely inefficient. So let's pause in this point and then talk about other industries. For example, lamp, like a lighting industry, a lamp. If we consider the incandescent lamp, 100% of the energy that is provided to this lamp, 90% is lost as heat, and only 10% is transformed into visible energy. So what we have done, we have transformed the system. New technologies were developed. Incandescent lamp has been banned because it's absolutely inefficient, and LEDs have been disseminated. Other example, vehicles of combustion engine is very inefficient. Even if you consider a gasoline combustion engine, the most advanced one, we will get at maximum 50% of efficiency. So for every 100% that is given to the car, just 50%, at maximum around 40, makes the tire makes the vehicle to move. And when we talk about and we are transforming the combustion engine, we are seeing these massive investments to electrify the transportation. And what are we doing with our food system? How can we make the system produce more? We are talking about a living being. So what we have done, we have been confining living beings. Why? Because for every energy that you feed the being, the pig, the cow, the animal, she or he has to walk, has to run, has to digest food, has to breathe, has to make feces, has to urine, and this demands, has to digest food, this demands energy. So what the industry has done has confined the animals. But even with all this confinement, even with all these cages that has been done that make the life of these beings miserable, it does not increase the efficiency enough. We are talking about a system, for example, meat, that is more inefficient. That's an incandescent lamp. We are talking about an efficiency of 4%, 5%, 7%. Milk is around 20%. It's absolutely inefficient. So we cannot transform the system. We need to change, sorry for that, I mean, not changing the system, but really to transform it, to think about a new alternative with plant-based, because otherwise it is very, very inefficient. And then we create this filthy environment where porks live in their own feces. And of course, any living being living in this condition will become sick. If I, for example, become tense in a crowded bus for some minutes, imagine a chicken, a pig being confined, living their entire life on a cell. There is so much stress that the immune system does not work properly. So what does the industry do? They deliver antibiotics. So at this moment, more than 70% of antibiotics is fed to animals. And of course, human beings are drinking, are eating those antibiotics. Yesterday, I heard there was a parallel panel in the UN General Assembly in New York, where you are, talking about this. And we cannot talk about this problem without talking about our food system, and more specifically, without talking about animal agriculture. So it's always interlinked. I would emphasize also SDG 10, reduced inequality. If we adopted this diet equally, we would not have enough planet, as Ali was talking, as Amelie was talking. So we will not address SDG 10. And also, I would like to invite a reflection about SDG 15, life on land. So currently, of all the mammals in the planet, 60% are livestock, and only 4% are wild animals. Of the birds in the planet, 70% are chicken. Just 30% are wild birds. So what type of world are we co-creating? I think it's time to reflect on this. And in the Amazon in Brazil, for you to have an understanding of the impact on land, 70% of the area that was deforested since 1970, 70% of this became area for grassland, for cattle raising. And finally, our final reflection is about SDG 16. On SDG 16, it states that the objective is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development and provide access to justice. Why are we providing access to justice just for the species, the Homo sapiens? Why not? How can we really reduce the forms of violence and suffering, including animals that are transformed into objects of production and consumption? So I think it's SDG 16 provides me a very important reflection as our role as human beings in order to provide inclusive societies for sustainable development. We cannot neglect this form of oppression. So I could stay longer here and talking, and I think we can touch every single SDG in this topic. Thank you. I'm sorry if I spoke too much, and Amelie, please interrupt me if I'm speaking too much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I think across the responses that each of you gave, seeing the connection of animal welfare across really all of the SDGs, and also the mutually beneficial relationship that improving animal welfare can have towards achieving the SDGs, I think that is important to keep in mind. Before I move on, I wanted to check, Steve, do we have Nisreen with us?
No.
Okay. We'll keep going, and hopefully we'll have Nisreen join us towards the end. As a final question for our panelists, moving forward, how do you see the work that you're doing becoming more embedded within the international community, and how can our audience members support your work and advocacy? Yuru, can we start with you?
Right now, Tzu Chi Foundation, especially the charity foundation, is in more than 100 countries working to help people who are in need in different corners of society. And every time when there's a disaster, volunteers and staff will go there to try our best to alleviate their pain and suffering. So with this promotion for plant-based diet, that we are always trying to do more, because as we adopt the plant-based diet, and as we invite more people to adopt the plant-based diet, that we actually release some of the capacity or the funding that we usually will reserve for a more other spending in life. We find that adopting a plant-based diet is helpful in simplifying our life. And as we simplify our life, that the money safe that we can pull together to help more people that may be hungry, or who may be sick, or who maybe simply need a scholarship to continue their education. And we can do this because we try to encourage everyone to have good thoughts and to have compassionate heart. And then plant-based diet is the core to all these that we are doing. And we are always working with partners in different communities. And for example, this event here, we work with many different partners to advocate about
charity causes or plant-based diet, animal welfare, and we never stop. And we're always looking for more partners to reach different topic or different corners in the society that maybe we haven't discovered. Maybe there is a need, and we're always open to talk about partnership and working together to make it a better world.
Thank you so much. Ali?
In terms of the international arena, Compassion in World Farming has identified several solutions to move us forward in this animal welfare and environmental crisis. So first, we would like to see countries add the reduction of meat and dairy production and consumption to their NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, of the Paris Agreement. And in tandem with that, we would like to see countries set their own binding commitments for reducing the production and consumption of animal-based products. Just like many countries have set fossil fuel reduction targets, reduce consumption and production, reduce production of fossil fuels by 50% by 2050 from a baseline, or that type of target. Just like we're seeing that with fossil fuels, we need to see that happen in our food system as well, specifically with regards to animal-based products. In addition, we could also see at the national scale countries reducing their procurement of animal-sourced food products in their public institutions, hospitals, colleges, schools, government buildings. That would be another major actionable step. And also to increase public awareness, educate the public about how our current diets, specifically in the top meat-consuming nations in the historically the global north, educate our people that these diets are simply not sustainable and they are having massive, massive impacts on animal welfare. Now, down to the more local level, in terms of what the future of our actual food production looks like, we need to offer financial incentives and assistance to transform our animal feeding operations, those intensive farms, either into plant-based crop production or into regenerative agriculture systems where the livestock are integrated to be a beneficial part of that ecosystem, like I was talking about earlier. And these are things like rotational grazing or foraging, silvopasture, even integrated pest management. And we need to have a big, rapid rollout of that. And that would also include a lot of training for our current farmers and for our upcoming farmers in the next generation.
Thank you so much. Jessica, do you want to go next?
Awesome. From a food industry level, I actually, in an international perspective, I actually think that the U.S. Has a lot to learn and can, take a lot of lessons from other parts of the world, in terms of perpetuating and pushing forward plant-based diet, but also plant-based innovation in, food CPG or food industry in general. Jack and Friends is one small company based in the U.S. that is, trying to do its part. There's multiple other U.S. companies, in the plant-based sector that are making, small and big waves as well. But I would say, overall, the U.S. Is definitely not a leader in the plant-based category. I think everyone is well aware of that. We're, definitely making big strides, especially in the past, 5 to 7 years, I would say. But, when you look at other areas of the world in the international food market, Europe is years ahead of us in terms of not only plant-based innovation, food options, but also consumer adoption. It's become almost mainstream in Europe to just have a completely plant-based diet, whereas, I think the U.S. is still very divisive, or, there's not as much of a majority adoption for, completely plant-based or vegan foods. So, there's a lot of learnings that we can take from other international markets and, hope to adopt here, and vice versa, where, what works in the US can obviously be adopted in other parts of the world, and, what works in Europe and Asia, Israel can obviously, become case studies for us to try and, broaden our market, our domestic market as well. I think also one thing that internationally needs to happen, especially, when we're talking about the US, is we see other areas of the world and other countries really incorporate government assistance and policy in partnership with industry. So you look at Singapore, that has government funded, R&D labs and full blown out facilities and, just infrastructure for plant-based innovation. I believe China now has publicly announced, that they realize animal agriculture and is a problem, and, plant-based food needs to be supported. And I think that's something, internationally that is great, and hopefully something we can adopt here in the US. But, I think, like everything else, the food supply chain and just food trends are global. So the more that we share ideas and actually share products where companies become international and, have retail footprint in, multiple countries, the more that we can support, this globalization and just kind of supporting sustainability and the rise of the industry in general.
Thank you so much. And Christina, finally, we'll go over to you.
I have some visitors here. I echo your recommendations, and I think putting sustainable diet at the center of the climate negotiations is really, really important. In the past, I have attended a COP in Paris and COP in Berlin, and I was, unfortunately, plant-based options have been barely offered in the cafeteria. So if it was not even provided to the attendees. So there's a lot of dissonance even with the climate negotiators. So I hope that this year things will become different, and really we will have emission reduction from the food sector, as Annie has mentioned. And also, Mercy for Animals has supported the adoption of the UN Animal Welfare Resolution, and I think having countries supporting the implementation of this UN resolution will be very important. And I hope that as a result of this study, these results, we will be able to broaden the concept of sustainability of food systems. So sometimes we hear comments about sustainable farming, industrial farming. So how can an industry that is inherently inefficient, such as the livestock industry, be called sustainable? So, for example, there has been, of course, important advancements in the implementation of low carbon cattle raising techniques in Brazil. But normally the way the sustainability has been measured is quite limited, primarily focused on increased financial returns and traceability and zero deforestation commitment. So I argue that it's essential to broaden the definition to include diverse dimensions, to include human and non-human animals, individual and societal health, ecosystem, energy, purpose, meaning. I think it is really important to broaden the concept of sustainability, tackling these different dimensions. And I think using the SDG goals is a very important approach to fill this gap. And finally, at Mercy for Animals, we have numerous ways individuals can support our work and have systemic change, like supporting this policy work. So I invite you to join, to visit our website and see opportunities. And of course, at Mercy for Animals, we see the importance to work with coalition of other organizations. So I look forward to further strengthening the collaboration across different sectors, broadening collaboration with climate, environmental groups, with faith groups, with consumer rights, academia, workers' union, health organizations, because we are talking about something that is affecting our whole society. So it's really important that we form a strong coalition to tackle this and to support driving profound transformation, not incremental changes. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And on the point of collaborations and partnerships, I feel like this panel today represents a wonderful variety of perspectives, and it's been wonderful to work with the organizers in planning this. I want to check one more time before we go to audience Q&A. Okay, we don't have Nasreen yet. So I'd love to open it up to questions from our audience here in person or online to our panel.
So I have one question from online while we wait for questions in person. We recognize that this is such a beautiful conversation, and recognizing that animal welfare is a conversation also about values reorientation. We'd love to hear if you have any reflections as we make this transition away from extractive industrial animal agriculture practices, how we ensure that this transition is one that isn't caught up and swept up in the same extractive patterns as we shift away towards more plant-based diets in the innovation and tech space. Recognizing that some of the very same corporations that drive intensive meat production are now eyeing plant-based diets as the next big thing that they want to invest into. What is it like both on an individual level, government regulation space, and then collective civil society advocacy? What can we do to ensure that that transition is one that is oriented in, centered in the right values? And then I'll pass it over to a question in person before we take responses.
Thank you. I'm Charles McNeil. I'm with the UN Environment Program, and I've been working on the biodiversity climate change issue for 30 years, and it's only recently that I really realized how important what you're saying here is, that we can't solve that climate crisis without doing what you're saying here. So I really appreciate what every one of you have said. And personally, I've been a vegan for 17 years and a vegetarian for 40 years. So, and I see the health benefits and so on. So I'm really an advocate. But my question is to do with, I work with Meat-Free Monday campaigns in different parts of the world. And in Korea in particular, they're having some success in getting policy changes to have meat-free meals in schools all over the country and in the government offices. But they have not been training the chefs so that the quality of the food has not been high, so that there's sort of a pushback happening. And I'm really afraid that, I think Christina referred to this, the importance of training people to produce the high quality, tasty food. And what we're seeing in some places is kind of a pushback of they're not seeing how delicious this food can be, so they're pushing back against the policy. And that can be really detrimental to the whole movement we're talking about today. And I wonder if you're familiar with this, if you have ideas on how to deal with this challenge.
Thank you so much. Those are great questions. Who would like to start? Jessica?
Yeah, I'd love to start. Should we answer in person first or the online? Doesn't matter.
Let's start with the in-person question first.
Perfect. Yeah, I think as someone who comes from a food science background that is very familiar with innovation on a very technical level, and who majorly makes up a lot of the R&D in terms of what you see products on the shelf, as well as someone who is now the founder of a plant-based CPG company. It's really interesting to see the kinds of ups and downs this category has had, where I think, especially with the timing of the pandemic, we saw honestly a very extraordinary and unnatural boom in the plant-based category, where we were seeing tons of entrants, some of them great, some of them not so great. I think we can all admit that. And now, because of what you mentioned in terms of that pushback, we are seeing just anything and everything being pushed into the category and being labeled as plant-based or vegan. A lot of the products were not up to par from taste, texture, or any other properties. And consumers who were being first introduced to the category and having a negative experience at the onset, it's not great. And it's very hard to win back a consumer, especially when they have a negative experience, and especially if that negative experience is their very first one into a completely new category. So, you know, I think there were a lot of missteps, and, you know, I don't think anyone is to blame. People were, you know, trying to get into a category and support, you know, the growth of plant-based food. Maybe some products shouldn't have been launched, but, you know, that's not for me to say. I think where we move now is we're starting to see a natural settling of the category where the people that are really driving innovation and really driving products that taste good, are good for you, and like have longevity are the ones that are staying. And the ones that, you know, maybe were a little bit too early or not as well thought out, we've slowly started to see them drop off. The good thing is, with most consumers, a lot of them are willing to try again, especially with a category that they have a high amount of interest in, which I think the plant-based food category is still doing a very good job of maintaining, because people understand that, you know, this is where our food system needs to go. And I would say a lot of people also understand that it's new, there's gonna be mistakes in the beginning, and there's always something new and better coming out, where if I tried one terrible plant-based burger yesterday, you know, if I try another one a few months from now, hopefully it'll change my mind. So I think, you know, long story short, there are going to be some consumers that, you know, have pushed back and, you know, are kind of dissuaded from the plant-based food category. But overall, we're still seeing a lot of consumer adoption and interest in the category, especially with, you know, new innovations that are coming out, and, you know, better and better products.
Thank you so much. Ali?
Yeah, I'll go next. And I do want to address both of those questions. First of all, thank you so much for that question. I do really appreciate it. I think first, one of the approaches that we are starting to take is to integrate that training right at the onset, right at the policy level. So for instance, in the United States, there's a bill that's going through Congress that currently has a provision for $10 million in grants to go to plant-based, 100% plant-based school meals. But in addition to those grants can also go toward chef training, student training, helping the students to become a part of the menu creation. So they're really a part of it. They can, you know, do taste tests themselves. They can kind of work out the kinks, you know, as they're actually working with these plant-based diets, instead of being more, more directive and just kind of, you know, saying, okay, eat plant-based now, and not providing any further information. So I think integrating training into policy from the onset is a big one. And then here's where I want to kind of touch upon that question and the virtual question, is that we can meet pretty much everyone on this topic in terms of values. So as we were talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, and Christina mentioned that this issue of climate and animal welfare touches on almost pretty much every Sustainable Development Goal. Those are all rooted in values, and we can pretty much meet anyone where they are. That's, you know, I know it's a doom and gloom conversation. It's been for most of this, but that's kind of the silver lining is, you know, just like Yuro was saying, if you want to connect on how the health benefits of this, if you want to connect on climate, if you want to connect on, well, you know, now we don't have a bunch of, you know, manure lagoons spilling into our water supplies and we have better water, or animal welfare. You can pretty much meet anyone where they are, to kind of continue that internal drive to push towards plant-based diets. And I think that's really going to be the key in widespread adoption.
So I think actually, for me, both the virtual question and your question, it really related back to how our daily life is. For some of the chefs or people who are not plant-based person, they cannot imagine what a delicious or nutritious or a healthy plant-based dish will be. And our job in all our different foundations are trying to introduce that into our daily life to have the proper value. It's not for commercial reason, it is not for profit, it is for the health of the planet
and for our future generation to have a beautiful natural environment, for them to enjoy the same scenery, the great earth as we see today. It's not going to be depleted 2-3 generations from now. And if it's in our everyday life, these chefs will grow up trained in their family or in their way of professional training, knowing how to cook plant-based food. It's not going to be something that's so drastic for them to try to duplicate their meat cooking style, but with substitute. Meat substitute is not the most healthy and nutritious for our system, for our body, for our mind. It is not, because then you're still thinking about meat. And we want it to be completely plant-based. We're thinking about vegetable, we're thinking about fruits, not substitute meat. So we have community program. Here in this building, we have cooking lessons. We have volunteers. When they work together, they always bring new volunteer in the team to show them how to cook good, tasty, nutritious, plant-based dish, so they can bring home. And in all our schools, our hospitals, our nursing homes, in our televisions, what showing people the cooking program. How do you make good plant-based food? And I think with this, we make it into our consciousness that plant-based is good, and I know how to do it. So if we're being put on that front line to do something about it, we know what to do. And planning is very, very important. For schools or even the whole country wanted to adopt maybe meat-free Monday or meat-free week or meat-free month, that planning of all the details to be prepared for all the possible disastrous outcome and bring in the partners to help the program will be essential for its success.
Thank you. And before we move on, Christina, I want to give you a chance if you'd like to respond.
Thank you. Very, very briefly, I think first answering the question for the person in person. We have learned through a hard time here in Brazil, because we had a problem, a failure in one of our implementations in the past, and we saw how important, how critical it is to take care, to train. So this is a lessons learned that I would like to openly share with you, and thank you, Annie, for talking about the importance of implementation and training and policies, combining both. And I think while it is very important that we nurture this value of compassion and promoting the well-being for everyone, I think if we wait for this type of transformation, I think we do not have time for it. So I think it's important to meet people where they are and do this on the best way possible while driving this deep transformation that is needed. Because as there is a quote from Albert Einstein that talks about, if we just do things again with the same level of consciousness that we have been doing, we will just replicate the problems. And we need to make profound, deep transformation to prevent this route of collapse that we are in. So I think that, again, talking about transforming our food system and widening our circles of compassion to include animals is a way of including and eliminating all types of oppression, because we understand that the oppression of animals is very much intertwined to other human oppressions. So I think it is a very important acupuncture point of deep transformation in the society.
Thank you. Steve, do we have any other, in-person or online questions? Oh, go ahead, yeah.
While we're taking another question. Just wanted to add, because I think it was very relevant to a lot of the work that I'm doing and also seeing with other people in my network about, you know, as the plant-based food category grows and scales, how do we avoid the same mistakes from, you know, large food companies that have traditionally been very animal-based, kind of either trying to take over the category or at least enter, right? And I think it's a double-edged sword. There's definitely a large range of, you know, big traditional meat companies in terms of what their values are. I think obviously it feels a little odd for a plant-based meat company to be partnering with a, you know, animal-based meat company. However, I will say that, you know, some of these companies, if you really, you know, take the time, if you have an introduction, talk to know them, they can be value aligned. One of the cases that I've seen recently is Hormel, where they partnered with Better Meat Co. And they have traditionally been like a large, long-standing, like beef and pork-based company. But, you know, they recognize that the food system needs to change, and that people are shifting towards plant-based diets, and they realize they have the infrastructure to support the growth of this category, and, you know, want to partner with value-aligned plant-based companies that can help, you know, that they can support in really, you know, creating a better food system. So I think there's little gold nuggets here and there that actually do make great value-add partners without, you know, becoming detrimental to our purpose and our cause, and, you know, really can help grow the category or a specific company in a way that would be much more difficult, or at least take much longer to do so without the right strategic partner, just because the sheer infrastructure, distribution, and like other touch points that they have is already so widespread that you basically are on an accelerated path to introducing your more sustainable product to a lot more consumers. So I think, you know, there are some strategic decisions and partnerships that make sense. However, you know, there are a lot of companies that are just looking to make a quick buck and say like, oh, plant-based is hot, let's try and get on this category for, you know, very different reasons than the rest of us are doing it. But, you know, I wouldn't want to shine a negative light on, you know, every single animal-based company, because there are some out there that, you know, are trying to make a positive change as well.
So I'm listening to all of this. I came late, so if what my comment or my question is about was already addressed, I apologize in advance. So I'm thinking about culture, and I'm thinking that at the end of the day, so I'm of East Indian descent. I grew up in the Caribbean. I married an Argentine. So there's a lot of conflict around food, potential conflict. But what I find, so I'm from a family of vegetarians, vegans. That's not, let's have like a vegan burger. It's like, let's use actual plants and create delicious food with it. And I've found, even in my own household, I've got my husband down to eating meat maybe a couple times a month, just because we're slowly shifting the culture in our home by preparing foods, but it's still grounded in culture. It's not this kind of, and I know it's important for people to understand the health benefits and the climate benefits, but people don't make decisions about food. I mean, and I said I live in South Florida. They really don't make decisions about food unless they're part of this movement. For those reasons. It's grounded in tradition, it's grounded in culture, and I'm just curious, because my work in this movement, you know, I teach mindfulness, so there's like mindful eating, and so there's another window there to kind of bring in how we experience food, and from that perspective can change our habits as individuals. But as groups, if I think about the Latino population in South Florida, if I think about even my husband's family, what have been your experiences, if any, around engaging people from the portal of culture without them feeling like they're going to give something up, that they have to change who they are in order to be good citizens or in order to be part of this movement. Does that make sense?
Who would like to start on this question? This is a great question. Go ahead.
I can start since I have the mic. I think that's a great question. Thank you so much for asking that. And it also ties into, the earlier in-person question that we mentioned too, where earlier in one of the other panel questions, I mentioned how, Europe as a whole is much further along than the US. However, because of, certain cultural aspects, there are certain spots like Italy or Spain that have very deep roots in their culture surrounding food that are, not as progressive towards plant-based food compared to like the UK. And it goes back to everything that you said, where people don't want to feel like they're giving up a piece of their identity when they're choosing a food or changing their diet. They want it to be a simple switch. And I think, that really relates to what the industry and what companies need to do in terms of innovation, where, people are starting to recognize that, where we want a product to be a very easy alternative, where if you're cooking a meal and you're used to using, certain ingredients, and you know exactly how your recipe is supposed to go and how it's supposed to taste and how long it's supposed to cook, hopefully when you're buying a plant-based product, it should perform in the exact same way. I think, at the end of the day, that's where we need to get to in order for it to become widely adopted, because at the end of the day, food is very personal. There's some people that are very, very willing to, compromise on a lot of things because for a further or, a higher goal. I would say, majority of people in general are not there yet, and that's completely fine, and that's just the reality. So I think it's up to the people that are creating plant-based products to really, get the industry to that point. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we've made huge strides in the past few years, and it's always going to be constant iterations and constant work until, we get to the point where people can cook with a plant-based product and say, and, not realize that it was plant-based to begin with. Because I think, food and culture are so deeply ingrained, and I don't think that's going anywhere, where, it's really about the innovation standpoint of how do we support, that vision without having to completely change the whole relationship with food and culture and people's identity surrounding that.
Thank you so much, and I'm excited to say we now have Nasreen joining us. Do you want to? Okay, thank you. Nasreen, welcome. We're so glad to have you with us. I wanted to see if we could still ask you, as chair of the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, how is this nexus of animal welfare, climate change, and sustainable development vital for youth-led climate action and the youth climate movement?
Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry for not being there with you, but I have a very good reason for that. Actually, the talk about climate change is what actually was always about human for a long time, but then in the last 3 years, people discovered that when we talk about the threats of of climate change, then we are not only meaning humans, we are also talking about other creatures who share the same planet with us, and we have some sort of relationship with them. It's either a diet relationship, so or a pet relationship, or they just exist to keep the balance or the equilibrium of the universe going. It's very important to notice that when we talk about conserving the environment and conserving Earth planet, we are not talking about conserving it for humans only, because we cannot imagine a world of human only. The natural system, the natural equilibrium of the Earth, of the environment, and of the way of living was always talking about humans and animals and different kind of creatures. It doesn't matter how sophisticated they are, because all of us, we complete each other. So of course, if we only focused on human security, for example, forgetting the welfare of the animals, then we will reach a world where humans can only exist because the situation allows them to, and the situation doesn't really fit other creatures. It's very important to mention that COVID, for example, when the pandemic happened and the lockdown happened, we saw how much places were invaded by animals. We saw how much clearer the air were. We saw how much flowers. We saw how much natural situation and behavior animals had for a long time while humans were indoor. But this relationship was not like this. It wasn't a zero-sum relationship. It wasn't either human or animals the whole time. It was, I mean, humans lived with animals and environment in a very homogeneous situation for a long time. It was only after the industrial time, which is exactly the time where the emissions of the CO2 happened, where this relationship started to cut, and we started to impact the animals and the other creatures who shared the planet with us negatively. Luckily, the indigenous communities in their territories are still having this homogeneous, very close relationship with animals. Even people in rural areas, when I talk to people in rural areas about climate change, they say, yes, we noticed the changes, but we couldn't have a name for it. So they have by far more closer relationship to nature, by far more healthier relationship with animal. And I think we should all learn from the indigenous communities and the indigenous territories how to go back to the same homogeneous equilibrium situation that we were. Finally, before I stop and give you back the floor, I was in the IUCN Congress last year in Marseille, and the Congress had around 300 sessions, and more than 110 were actually about climate change. So it was very clear to everyone that the relationship between climate change, humans, and animals is always linked together. If we are talking about nature-based solution, there is no nature without animals. If we are talking about changing our diet system, changing our energy system, everything have to be linked together, and that's why we need a holistic, which is the name of the summit, solution for everything. Otherwise, it will not work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nasreen. I'm so grateful that you were able to join us today. And I know we are out of time. I want to thank all of our speakers for joining us and everyone for joining us both in person and online. We really appreciate having you here. And thank you again to our host, Suu Chi. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Friday. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers, and to those on Zoom, we ask that you stay for a moment so we can take a group photo together with the whole panel. So if you guys could come off the chairs, and then we're going to connect the TV, and then we'll capture all of that. And then, Hector, are you taking a photograph, or is it Jennifer? Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So one without me because I'm not on the panel, and then I want one with them too. Just besides. All right, thank you so much, everybody, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. whoa, you have a lot. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, here exploring the UN General Assembly's resolution on a human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, hosted here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. I'm delighted to be bringing you this wonderful panel that will be unpacking this critical issue and exciting development within the realm of really sustainability and climate action. And so with this, I'm going to pass it over to our moderator, Bruce Knotts from the Unitarian Universalist Association's UN office to take us away.
Thank you very much. I'm also a very proud commissioner of the Tzu Chi Foundation, so very happy to have everybody here. So just to kind of set the stage for what we're here to talk about, we're going to talk about the resolution that passed in July at the UN General Assembly, which says that we have a human right to a clean and safe environment. And that has changed everything. If you remember the Paris Climate Accords, they were voluntary, but now it's not so voluntary. We're saying this is a human right, and it makes climate activists into human rights defenders. There is another resolution coming down the pike, and that is from the island nation of Vanuatu. They're going to present a resolution that will ask the General Assembly to have an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice saying that it's obligatory for nations to abide by their climate commitments. And so this is bringing the force of international law into the whole issue of what we're going to do with the climate. So we've got three wonderful speakers that are going to speak on this topic. And the question that I would like them to answer, is what does the resolution mean to you, to your organization, and the communities you're working with, recognizing that everyone has a fundamental human right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? And I'll ask each speaker to very briefly introduce themselves and then to answer the question. We'll start with Kusmita.
Hello, everyone. I'm just delighted to be here. This is a terribly important topic. I'm Kusumita Peterson, and I'm a trustee of the Parliament of the World's Religions. I'm a founding member of its Climate Action Task Force. I'm also the chair of the Interfaith Center of New York, and I'm a semi-retired academic in religious studies. I live here in New York, specializing in ethics, including environmental ethics and human rights. So responding to this question, what does this resolution mean and why is it so important? The Parliament of the World's Religions is guided by its signature document, the Declaration Toward a Global Ethic. And this was endorsed by an assembly of 250 religious leaders of many different faiths from around the world at the centenary convening of the Parliament in 1993 in Chicago. And this document acknowledges the influence of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, which is the foundational document of human rights, and it also mentions the earth and caring for the natural world many times. Now, from an interfaith and global ethics perspective, I would like to outline the ethical vision of human rights to frame the great importance of the recognition by the General Assembly this past July of the right to a vision of human rights is that rights, things you can justifiably claim, are inherent. They arise from human dignity. Dignity means to be worthy of respect, and this worth is intrinsic to the very existence of what is respected. A human being has dignity simply by virtue of being human, and all have it equally without discrimination. The rights spelled out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights give an account or a picture of what is necessary for human flourishing. There are some 30 rights, and that is not a large number. Also, human rights are regarded as indivisible and interdependent. The exercise and enjoyment of one right cannot be separated from the others. In other words, this is an integrated and very powerful vision of the human condition and what constitutes a good life for human beings. It is thus very significant and also therefore rare for a new basic human right to be formally recognized by the UN in addition to the 30-something that we have. To be recognized, it must be considered fundamental and to derive from human dignity. The most recent recognition of a new basic right by a UN body before the right to a healthy environment was 10 years ago. That was the right to water and sanitation. The addition of the recognition of the right to a healthy environment to the brief list of basic rights is a historic step because it expands the integral vision of human flourishing. This is changing our ethical vision. That's the point I'm trying to make. It makes clear that the flourishing of human beings is part of the natural world. The well-being of humans and the well-being of nature are inseparable. The resolution recognizes that human beings depend on nature not only for physical health and life itself, but also for mental health, cultural life, and spiritual fulfillment, and it reaffirms the indivisibility and interdependence of all human rights. A final point on why the recognition of the right to a healthy environment is so important is that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights does not prioritize the individual. Rather, it places the human person in the context of a series of concentric circles. The human person is embedded in the family, in the local community, in one's culture, in religious practice with others, Article 18, in the nation, and in the human family. The right to a healthy environment expands this series of circles outward to the whole Earth community and the community of all life. This is of immense ethical importance. The healthy environment spoken of also is not just an environment that's healthy for human beings. It is also an environment which is healthy in and of itself. It's healthy for itself. This affirmation opens a door onto the emerging international movement for the rights of nature, which is a whole other immensely important subject, in which the elements and entities of nature are subjects of rights, the rights that are needed for their life and flourishing. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Kusmita. And we'll pass it on to our sister, who will introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Yuru Chow. I am with Tzu Chi Medical Foundation from Taiwan. And today I'm actually making the presentation on behalf of Tzu Chi Charity Foundation of some of the work that I'd like to bring you from the field work, showing what we are doing to support a healthy environment as basic human right. I prepare a PowerPoint presentation to show you photos of what we are doing. So I'm only bringing you 2 examples of the work we're doing out in the field, and they are, Tzu Chi Charity Foundation are in more than 100 countries around the world, and these are just 2 of the examples. But I think in it, we'll see very clearly what Tzu Chi is doing to support this healthy environment. All right.
First, next slide, please. So we look at Jordan. We have a very small group of volunteers in Jordan, and its location in the Middle East shows that some of the area is very dry and depleted of necessary resources for people, the Norman people living there, to enjoy a very healthy life, but they have been living there for ages. And what we're doing is first, next slide, please. We reach out to them, we go out to them, and finding them, talking to them, understanding their need, trying to help them improve their life. First, we deliver food to them. Next slide, please. And we also notice there are some refugees crossing the border from Syria into Jordan. So we also include refugee relief in our Jordanian charity service, but it's a whole different program than the Norman relief program. Next slide, please. And we discovered that some of the refugee children are working in factories as the sole earning provider to their family because their adults in the family cannot work legally in Jordan. And even though child labor is illegal, but somehow it became popular for them to support their family. And when we discovered that, we're trying to give these children education, but they couldn't join our school program because they are the only income for their family. Therefore, after we learned that, we had to provide a living substitute for them so that their family can be worry-free while their children can go to school. Next slide, please. And as we open our school, these children are so happy to be back in school because they desperately wanted to learn, and they were deprived of that opportunity after they flee to Jordan, and they couldn't get into the education system. I know a lot of NGOs are trying, and we're just doing our part. So we collected we find that there are local Syrian who have been immigrated early on into Jordan and wanted to do something for these Syrian refugee children. So we worked together. Next slide. Originally we have school in about 10 different locations to give them like an afternoon program. And the program keep on growing and more children join our program, and we had to actually lease a whole entire building to have these children together so they can continue their education and have a hope for a better future. For them to enter the education system is not just the education itself, it's also being accepted by the local society. And then after they obtain their diploma, they will be allowed into their society as an equal member as the local Jordanian. They will receive the resident status, and from there, they can help improve their family. Next slide. So this is another picture showing how eager children are going to school because they knew how important it is to change their future, to change their whole family's life if they continue going to school. Next slide. And right now we're looking at a new place to build our school there, to offer more services to these children. And it has been going on for ever since the refugee outflow started. And I'd like to show you a video clip of one of the children who started in our education program and now going to the local college, and we'll hear from him how he feels about life in Jordan.
记陪伴着各位到各位叙利亚家乡去。
Tsuji held 9 distribution venues within 2 days in Turkey. From day to night, more than 5,000 Syrian refugee families received 1 month's worth of financial aid. This is the 5th year of Tsuji's commitment in Turkey.
Today during the distribution, there was a woman who came to get a cash card. It was her first time here. I saw she had tears of gratefulness in her eye, and right away I knew she needs our help desperately.
Before, they were aiming for people to lift them out of this desperate situation. And now, parents are volunteering in the school, and also they are helping their fellow Syrian refugee. And very soon, we hope that there will be a changing force, not only in Jordan, but maybe we can help Syria in more way than we can do right now. Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to take a privilege as the moderator just to make one comment. I did a lot of work as the regional refugee coordinator for West Africa, and I've seen a lot of refugee food distributions and distributions of other materials, and they're usually very chaotic affairs. And when Tsuji does food distribution or any other distribution of benefits, they bow to the recipient and they make sure the dignity of the recipient is maintained, which isn't always the case in other refugee situations. So I really admire the attention to the individual worth and dignity of every person that is receiving assistance from them. And with that, I'll turn it over to my brother Ben, and he will introduce himself.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Brother Benedict Ayodi. I'm a Franciscan Capuchin and I work for the Franciscans International. Can you hear me? Right. Can you change this? Thank you. Sorry for that. Yeah. So then, first of all, we are so delighted that you've been invited to this center to speak a little bit about what you do. And as I said, I work for the Franciscans International, and I've been mobilizing very much in the grassroots also in Africa, and especially in Kenya. And this historical recognition of human rights to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment by the United Nations actually was a great milestone. And really, I'll term it just as a blessing. This resolution indeed acknowledges an ever-present reality for all of us. The air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink. Indeed, our health, well-being, and survival all depend on clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This right is also at the core facing, of course, the triple planetary crisis of pollution, biodiversity loss, and indeed climate change. The Franciscans International participated in broad civil society coalition that advocated for the recognizing the right to clean, healthy, and a sustainable environment, both at the Human Rights Council in 2021 and at the General Assembly just this past July. So while calling for the recognition of this right, we continually highlighted the concerns and experiences of Franciscans and other partners at the grassroots, including and especially that of the indigenous communities and environmental human rights defenders. And environmental justice is indeed part of our core work. For example, in 2019, a Franciscan partner stood in solidarity with the victims of dam collapse in Minas Gerais in Brazil, where hundreds of people were killed and even more were displaced by this environmental disaster caused by corporate negligence. So then, in advocating on this case at the UN as well as other similar cases, Franciscans International has and continues to to underscore an inseparable link between environment and human rights impacts. This has included, indeed, rising awareness on the impacts of logging, Solomon's Islands, to environmental degradation as a driver of migration in the Americas. The question before us, indeed, even now, is how do we translate this right to societal transformation? Given our Franciscan spirituality, and charism, and the large network we have in grassroots, we need just to really go and influence, the grassroots, to be there with the people, but also to do advocacy at all levels, both at the national level and at the international level. And I'll say that is the basis where we are. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take the privilege once again. One of the things I really like about the Franciscans is that they lead through humility. And I think even Pope Francis has done that too. Some of the greatest leaders are humble people, and they focus on the worth of others, not on their own worth or their own dignity. So I really appreciate the thanks of Franciscans for being that way. So the next question we have before us is, what solutions does your organization work on to help provide communities with clean, healthy, and sustainable environments? And we'll go in the same order. Kusmita.
Thank you, Bruce. The Parliament of the World's Religions is best known for its convenings, which are the world's largest and most inclusive interfaith gathering. And the next convening of the Parliament will be this coming August 2023 in person in Chicago on the shore of Lake Michigan at the McCormick Place. The theme is A Call to Conscience, Defending Freedom and Human Rights. And accordingly, the right to a healthy environment is going to be central to this convening, which will be attended by thousands of people. 2,000 people or so are already registered, and please, if this interests you, go to our website and register. This past May, the board of the Parliament unanimously voted to support the right to a healthy environment, knowing that after it was approved by the Human Rights Council in Geneva almost a year ago, it would be coming up for a vote in the General Assembly. And we joined the coalition of civil society groups that was advocating for approval by the General Assembly. And so the convening next August is going to have plenary speakers, panel discussions, and emphasize the indivisibility of human rights and the urgent importance of this right in the global environmental crisis, in which, as was noted, the impacts disproportionately, unjustly affect the poor and the vulnerable and the marginalized. And this right to a healthy environment has huge implications for strengthening advocacy for environmental justice. And we will have a number of programs on environmental justice, environmental racism as well. And demands for a livable and safe environment, and that means an urban environment. Typically in this country and elsewhere, the unlivable, unsafe environments are urban ones, not always. But this can now be defined in terms of human rights as they have been defined at the highest level by the General Assembly of the UN. And we'll also be mentioning environmental defenders, people who struggle to protect the natural environment, many of whom are indigenous peoples, and about 200 of them are murdered every year. And environmental defenders can now also be referred to legally as human rights defenders. This was an important part of the discussion of among member states leading up to the vote. And I'd also, since asked to speak what our organizations are doing, We will be promoting the implementation of the right to a healthy environment through a series of other initiatives besides the convening, and this strategy is now in development by the Climate Action Task Force of the Parliament. And it would seem that a broad awareness-raising effort, especially since we're an interfaith organization focused on faith communities, will be useful and will encourage faith communities to take a stand publicly through making a declaration, posting their statement on their websites, and also integrating the support for a healthy environment and that language into their already existing environmental programs. And we'll need to assess what kind of advocacy is needed in local, state level, and national contexts. And this is a big, complex task, so it has to be tailored to the individual setting. And so we'll create resource materials and have interfaith dialogues, briefings, and other programs to build knowledge and partnerships. And finally, I'd like to mention the visual statement created by the Parliament called The Turning Point. And this premiered at the virtual or online convening that we had 1 year ago that was attended by over 4,000 people, separate individual people. And it's a 3-minute visual statement of very moving images that portray the world crisis with a very succinct narration that ends by calling each of us to do 2 things: to share this message with at least one other person, and to make our own commitment or pledge to take a specific action. And so my pledge at the turning point, which I've now fulfilled, was to get my house off of fossil fuels. So, and one reason to do something like that is to be able to tell other people that I did that. You know, it's like, right, that's what fulfilling a commitment is, not just a good in itself, it also enables you to communicate with others. So please please come to the convening, register at the Parliament website, parliamentofreligions.org, and also as you come to the landing page, you'll see a green button that says propose a program. And the program deadline is coming up shortly. It's officially October 3rd. And we ask you to propose programs at the convening, not just on climate and environment, but any subject that pertains to the theme of human rights and defending freedom and human rights, and things that are important to you and your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusamita. I should also mention that I'm also a trustee of the Parliament, and I also add my invitation that you come to the convening next year and go to the website, go to Parliament of Religions, and see about the global ethic, about this film. There's a lot there to look at, and if you don't know about the Parliament, this is a time to really do some research and find out more. With that, I'll turn it over to my sister, Chi.
In our hospitals, in our schools, in our facilities all around the world, we are focused on always. Can you? Okay, sorry, forgot to turn it on. Okay, in all Tzu Chi hospitals, schools, and different volunteer venues around the world, we are always promoting plant-based lifestyle. This is for a cleaner, healthier, and sustainable future. And in addition to that, we also promote recycling. Recycling not in a way of dealing with our waste. It's not, our focus, our value is not waste management. It is about discovering the extended useful life of all these we view as garbage. They still have residual values. For example, some of these plastic bottles we recycle are remanufactured into suits, into writing pen, into blankets, and in time of disaster, our charity foundation was sent it to people in need to keep them warm. And while they receive this blanket, we'll explain to them, we'll spread this recycling environmental message about how this blanket that keep you warm are made from plastic bottles. So then you can also join us in this environmental protection program to keep our environment healthier and cleaner by joining us, recycle, find another better way rather than put it into a landfill. So those are the two major focus I say Tzu Chi are contributing to a cleaner, healthier, and sustainable environment.
Thank you so much. And Father Benedict.
Thank you. You know, I'm just waiting for a time when I'll go back to my country in Kenya and tell my mom, now you have a right to clean environments, you know, clean air, and she'll be like, really? You know, some places, people really don't, they really don't enjoy those rights. You, Bruce, you lived in Kenya and you know this, and some places, the places really polluted. And then the question I asked even in the beginning, how really do we make this to work for people in such areas? And I think the Franciscans International, what we're going to do is, first of all, I think we'll invest very much in capacity building. Previously, we brought up a handbook on people understanding, you know, to understand the right to water, the right to living, you know, people living in extreme poverty. And so even with this, I think what we are going to do is to build the capacity to really go down to where many of our Franciscans are. They work with many marginalized people to really help them understand this, but also to do advocacy at the national level, because some of these, you know, some of these policies, they may just remain at the international level without really trickling down to the people who really, you know, face these difficulties. And also, being part of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis came up with the 7 goals of implementing his encyclical called Laudato Si. And we are going to support this process. And he says that there are 7 goals actually to be fulfilled in the next 7 years. These include response to the cry of the earth, response to the cry of the poor, ecological economics, adoption of a sustainable lifestyle, ecological education, ecological spirituality, community resilience, and empowerment. So then in these areas, we are going really to support the grassroots to make really this thing to be part and parcel of their way of life, in terms of really also supporting the systems to know their rights and to advocate for those rights, not only at the international level, but also at the grassroots.
Thank you so much. Thank you for mentioning Laudato Si. I remember when the Pope Francis issued that encyclical, I think everybody of faith, whether they were Protestant or Christian or Catholic or Hindu, whatever, we all rallied around this very important statement on climate, and it became a faith-based beacon for all of us to follow, so we really appreciate it. So we have one last question, and we'll ask the participants to speak to it, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So as you're sitting here, think about a question that you'd like to ask. So the last question is, looking forward to the future, what is needed from the international community to support the flourishing of this resolution, the resolution for a clean environment? Kusamina.
It's a very vast leading question. I think back to 2014, 2015. The mobilization of the whole world's faith communities and civil society leading up to the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement was unprecedented. That's a fact. It began during the previous year, and in New York City alone, 400,000 people participated in the People's Climate March in September 2014, a few blocks from here. Countless actions took place throughout the world, and there was a series of major formal declarations on climate change by the world's religions, with leading authorities all co-signing the very seriously prepared formal declarations. And of course, there was the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si, which was addressed in the opening lines of the encyclical say it's addressed to all people on earth, not just to Christians or Catholics. And the timing of the release of Laudato Si was very carefully calculated. So it was promulgated, as they say, in May 2015, and it gave a tremendous push to the mobilization by people of all faiths. And this definitely was one major factor. The negotiators admitted it. We knew the religious communities of the world were watching what the governments are doing. And so the Paris Agreement was historic. The mobilization, let us say, was successful, but now we, as we all know, we confront the challenge of fulfilling the pledges that were made in Paris. Similarly, the adoption of the resolution on the right to a healthy environment at the General Assembly calls for the raising of consciousness and ambition, the raising of ambition and making and fulfilling of commitments and enforcement of the law in places that already have, in the legal system, the right to a healthy environment. And where this right is not in the legal system, it should be placed there. This needs to be achieved. And this is really a massive undertaking because of the very extensive opposition or hostility to human rights in many countries of the world. And that is an even larger question for us all. So in closing, many of us do believe that the present crisis of the world is unprecedented. Yet there is a path forward that we can see and that we must journey on together. And on all fronts, spiritual, ethical, educational, political, legal, we must keep increasing our efforts and also bring as many others as we can into the movement to support a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually marched in the 2014 climate march, and so did Kusumida. I am a Unitarian Universalist. We're a very small denomination, and yet we had the second largest religious contingent in the parade. We got Unitarian Universalists from all over Canada, all over the United States, or wherever we could find them, and we brought them to New York, and we had them in the parade. The only religious contingent that was larger than us were the Catholics, and you can't beat the Catholics, so it was very good to be all together for the same reason.
And there were people of every religion.
Every faith, yeah, absolutely.
It really takes all of us to meet this basic human rights to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And looking forward, Tzu Chi definitely wanted to continue this dialogue with all the different agencies, different institutions, and like this holistic climate solution summit. We're here talking about solution. We're here talking about partnership. How can we work together? And we, around the world, we have been working with local community, discovering their need, how to improve their basic human right to this sustainable environment, and how to help them, empower them to make their own community a more sustainable and cleaner environment. Of course, there are more to be done. And we are always open to working with different government, different agency, or even different individual. It is not easy. Very often, when we work with particular community, we may have to deal with opposition from parties holding different view of how to achieve a better, a healthier or cleaner environment. But through opening up the dialogue, through sitting together and considering all different opinions, I think that is it may not be the fastest way to reach a solution, but it's the most durable and sustainable way to reach a solution. So Tzu Chi will continue working with communities all around the world, especially after disaster when people have special need, and we will deliver our service to them to improve their basic environment and ensure that they get what they need for their basic survival. But on the other hand, we're always opening the dialogue with different NGOs and government, and we're looking forward to work together with more people and benefiting more people in need.
Thank you. And Father Benedict.
Thank you. And just picking up on the issue of dialogue, and even Pope Francis says in Laudato Si that the beginning point is dialogue indeed, not only dialogue with human beings, but also dialogue with creation, because we are interconnected. And, our solutions should be, integrated together. We need this integral ecology in going forth. And for me, as we move forth, is we need really to get people to be part and parcel of this resolution and not just remain with us, as I said. And how do we do that? We have to empower the civil society. We have to empower them really. And so this is just the beginning. Yeah? This resolution is just, we have a lot of work to do, especially where we have majority of people suffering due to climate change. We need to empower the civil society to continue speaking loudly in all forums, wherever. As I said, a capacity building, but also bringing the concerns of the people from places like the Solomons Islands, from the Philippines, from India, from Pakistan, to the international forum to speak about these things. And we have an open dialogue where people can speak about the issues really affecting them. And for us Franciscans, the concerns of those who are voiceless, especially those who are, who live in situations of poverty, are very important for us. It's a part and parcel of our integral way of being Franciscans. So we always really go out for them to amplify their voices. And the social media is there now. It's a blessing, actually. It's a blessing, and we need to use it to see that, we have this right, but people are not enjoying it. Huh? What does it mean? Is it being shelved somewhere in the UN, or is it making sense to the common person in the village there? How are they enjoying this right? Unless we do that, then it's just useless. Like the right to water was really a great success, and I see many governments indeed, they are putting it in their constitution and providing water for everyone. We need to make that work in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I think we have a little bit of time for questions from the audience. So please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question, and somebody will give you a microphone.
That's somebody, Steve. While everyone thinks of questions in the room, we have two from online,
all right,
if I may. The first, I think there's a general consensus that this conversation has really given life to human rights, this human right in particular, right? That it's not just a document, but it's a path and a journey that we all come together along, and each one of our respective organizations is working on it. And so the composition of this panel is very faith-oriented. And so there was a question asking, recognizing the important role that faith-based organizations have played in the passing of this resolution as the moral voice of the need for this human right. How can secular organizations that are working on this human right for a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment partner more with faith-based organizations? Do you have any advice in terms of how to better work with faith and interfaith-based organizations on this particular issue? And then the second question, coming back to what Father Ben had said about making this human right work for the most vulnerable. Do we have any insights in terms of how we can ensure, whether through the International Court of Justice, working through national governments, that we can ensure that the most vulnerable's voices are being heard and that this human right truly works for them?
Okay, who wants to go first?
You want to go first?
Concerning the faith-based organizations and secular organizations working together. This already happened in the advocacy to get the right passed by the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and also to get the General Assembly to pass it on July 28th. And I say this from direct experience because I attended the weekly meetings of the groups that were involved, and the entire conversation was, how is this country going to vote? Who do you know at the mission of this country that you can speak to? Which countries are going to co-sponsor? Can we get such and such country to change their position? And that advocacy, a direct advocacy to governments, was being done by a coalition of secular organizations, including Amnesty International, Save the Children, the Center for International Environmental Law, World Wildlife Fund, BirdLife International, and also Franciscans International was one of the leaders, and Parliament of the World's Religions tried to play a role. And so I would say when it comes to direct advocacy to governments, they are going to pay attention to everyone who approaches them in a clear way, and you can form coalitions across the board.
I would just also add that I really liked your remarks, Father Benedict, and on all the remarks here. Civil society is really important because governments by themselves are not going to do this work. Everything we know about governments, and we all know about governments, we have city governments and state governments and federal governments and multinational governments like the United Nations, if you want to call it that, they all have to be pushed. And they have to be pushed by civil society, which means all of us. So we really need to make our voices heard. Question in the back? Microphone is coming.
I don't know if you could read into the minds of the other countries, but when you mentioned it, I think 8 countries abstained from this vote. And I was wondering, you know, a couple of them were pretty large countries, so the secular advocacy for voting. Any insight into why those countries would have abstained? They didn't vote against, but they just abstained.
I'll venture an opinion, but I'm sure Kusamita knows more than I do, because she usually does. No. But as I understand it, some of the countries that abstain are themselves really dependent on fossil fuels. And you've got countries that, you know, get a lot of their money fossil fuels. One of my favorite countries in the world, and I visited this country over the summer, is Norway. I love it. I love their Norwegian Refugee Committee. We even gave an award to Norway for the great work they do on human rights. But they've got all these oil gear things, these things out there, getting oil from the sea all over the shore. You know, as we were on the ship leaving Norway, they're everywhere. And I think Norway may have been one of the countries that abstained. I think Saudi, oh, they voted in favor. Good, well, good. Norway's back on my list of favorite countries. But there are countries that look at the financial cost to their own sustainability. Saudi Arabia, I would imagine, may be one of the abstainers. No, not abstain. So, one country in the Middle East. Well, that would be my guess. I don't know who else has a better guess than that, but that's my guess. All right. Any other questions? Next question. Or any comments? Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned just a moment ago that you know, civil society participation is important. So my organization just got approved for consultative status, and other than meeting with Steve tomorrow, you know, because I'm very overwhelmed as the representative and very eager to get to work, and it's just, there's so much to digest, and sometimes it feels like we're included, but you know, it's difficult to have a voice. There's so many logistical barriers that I see just starting this process. So, you know, I guess my question is there can you give any advice, someone like me, other than me, meeting with Steve and learning the ropes, of where is the best place to start engaging, so that I don't feel like I'm not even going to have an impact, in the work that I would like to do.
I think you're on the right track. If you just ask Steve, and Steve will tell you what you needed to do.
Thanks, Bruce.
I actually had a Steve when I came to the UN, and her name was Sister Joan Kirby, and she was a Catholic nun and a Buddhist nun. She did both practices, and she was absolutely vital to me. I came here in 2007, and she really took me under her wing and told me all the things that I need to do. I've been here now for 15 years. I was in the Foreign Service for 25 years. There's still a lot of stuff I don't know about the United Nations. You're never going to grasp the whole thing. But you just get into where you can get in and make the impact where you can make an impact. And you just keep doing it. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. But it's never easy, and it's always complex. Any other advice from our speakers?
I think also networking with others is very important. And we have a bunch of those, organizations here in New York and other places. And I think when you participate in even such meetings, you get contacts, and even just submitting a statement, if you are many in that statement, you have a louder voice. And so networking, I'll say, is very important, and I think we have so many of those, and we can even help you to get to them. Thank you.
Anybody else? Question, yes.
There's a huge focus on climate change, but a lot of the tools or things we need to fight climate change, like electric vehicles, depend on mining and drilling and things that maybe hurt the environment, or could be damaging to human rights. So how do you balance, or how should we think about balancing, like the macro environmental issues with the micro local environmental issues that impact local communities if we want to stop climate change on a global basis?
Very good question. And I think particularly in our technologically advanced societies like the United States, we look to technology to solve all of our problems. So if we want to get around in our cars and we can't use fossil fuels anymore, then we get electric cars and get around in those. But yes, you're right, they have an impact on the environment as well. I depend a lot on the advice and wisdom of indigenous peoples. They have been living sustainably on this earth for thousands of years, and they've done it very well, and I think there's much we can learn from them. I also have great admiration for the Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation. Master Chen Yen, who is the Dharma master of the Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation, talks about walking gently upon the earth. There are ways of living more sustainably and without technology. At the abode where Master lives, there are all these little things in the roof. I don't even know what to call them, but they save all the rainwater, and they put them in buckets, and they keep it. They have so many mechanisms to make the most of nature herself in providing, water and providing air and food and all these things. And there's not much technology there. It's mostly using what is present and available. And I think we need to steer more in that direction and not depend completely on technology to solve all of our problems. But any other thoughts?
A very sort of general observation for activists, which is perfectionism can be a problem. Like, there's no perfect solution to moral problems a lot of the time. And so we have to engage in a rigorous discernment. There's a term that people use in ethics, proportionality. And we have to very seriously try to find the least bad, solution. And you will hear people who are climate deniers or just like sort of, oppositional say, oh, well, lithium, extraction is going to create problems. Well, the post-carbon economy is still going to be an economy. And it's not going to be completely harmless to the earth just yet, but Bruce is absolutely right. Monastic practices, the ascetic traditions of the religions, and the practices of indigenous peoples have a great deal to teach us.
Very often when we think about a cleaner environment, we never really think about what we can do really seriously, what can we sacrifice to achieve that. We're always thinking about our convenience. I'll just give you my personal example. Just last year, I decided that I wanted to be more environmental friendly. So I got rid of my car, and every morning I have to walk about an hour to the train station, ride a train to work. And it's difficult in the beginning, but because I deeply reflected on myself and saying, if I want to walk the talk, what can I do? Personally, what can I do? Because this climate emergency are a result of all our effort trying to live a very convenient life. So then the only way to revert that result is starting by doing something that we can do. And there's always something that we can do. We just need to think deeply, mindfully about anything we can change in our life. It's not about what we want. It's about the most basic need for us to survive. We need to sacrifice maybe some convenience, maybe some time, but if we can make that vow and commit to that vow, then we're walking the talk, and then we can influence more people around us and make it a bigger voice for the community, and eventually make it a bigger noise or voice for our country to know that we mean that we're serious, that we can hopefully slow down this climate emergency, if not in our lifetime, but hopefully soon, that we want our children not to worry about the climate going to a crisis that they can never survive. And that's just my personal example I want to share with you.
Oh, okay. One of the ways that we've promoted what I'll call ecological conversion, or really going back to yourself, as my sister said there, is divestment from fossil fuels, especially for those who have invested for long, because when I'm in Africa and I tell people divest from fossil fuel, and they say, we have not invested even, and you're telling us to divest. So what are you talking about? It's better you tell us about ethical investment. But yes, divestment could be a very important thing, especially for institutions. And over the last 2 or 3 years, working with the Laudato Si movement and other Catholic organizations, we've really tried to advocate for our institutions to divest from fossil fuels. And there are many of them. Think of the schools, the universities, the hospitals, businesses. These are people of faith who are investing heavily in fossil fuels, and they can announce their voice. They can divest. And that is a great thing, indeed, in changing their lifestyle. Not just personal, as you said, my dear sister there, but also as institutions, to change really to lead by example. And I believe even now, I think the Vatican, divested. Many other institutions have divested from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Another question?
I had a question over here on hope, and recognizing that this is a very hopeful resolution. I'm curious from each of your perspectives to what brings you hope in this particular moment about this resolution.
When the resolution passed, and I only learned later that people have been working for the right to a healthy environment for over 20 years. It passed with 163 countries in favor, none opposed, and 8 abstaining out of 193 countries in the UN. And when the advocacy started in the end of May and beginning of June, I don't think anyone was expecting this. So that did lift our spirits, I must say. It did give me hope. And people were celebrating with great joy, and then they all started saying the same thing. This is just the beginning. But we got a great lift of hope from the way the vote went. And it was fun to watch it on UN Web TV and see that turn out that way.
Well, it's something we definitely need to do, is keep hope alive. I started with this climate activism many years ago, and one of the leading voices in climate activism has been Al Gore for a long time. And he basically starts his talk by scaring you to death and telling you that if we don't do something quick, the whole earth is going to burn up and we're all going to die. But then he goes on and said, yes, but we are gaining. We're wind technology, solar technology, all these technologies are getting better and cheaper all the time. And there is a lot of hope. We are finding a way to make things better. We know we need to act quickly, but if you look at the history of humankind, we usually wait to the very end until things are just about ready to collapse. And then we say, oh, we need to do something quick. And I think that's what's happening now. And we usually pull through. There will be suffering. There's already suffering. And it's going to be hard to deal with that. But I think there's also the idea that we have ways of getting out of this. And I think this idea of living more gently on the earth, talking to indigenous peoples, talking to the Tsuchi and the Franciscans and those who know how to live simply and quietly on the earth without so much convenience or having everything done instantaneously. I think we can find something better. I just had a thought about coffee. And Americans love their instant coffee, but it tastes crummy. It's really awful. And if you actually take the time to brew a nice cup of coffee, it's a much better cup. So if we take our time and do things right and don't look for the instant answers, because the instant answers are not going to be satisfactory. We need to work through it day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year, until we get to where we need to go.
I'll add some comment. I think this resolution is like lighting a match in a completely dark room. It's a tiny match, and yet in this dark room, it's enough to show us the direction. And we often talk about in Buddhism about sharing that light from our inner heart. That means that by lighting, when you have 2 candles, one candle light the other candle, and the light doesn't diminishes, it actually increases. And we hope that with everyone believing and moving toward this direction, this hope can be that shared candlelight. We get more people together and our light grew lighter, brighter, and together we'll find a way out of this dark room that's climate emergency.
I went to a village in Malawi, and I noticed that in the market, we had many people, each one of them had a cell phone. But these people do not have electricity at all. So I was wondering, how do they charge their phones to continue speaking all the time? And I noticed they have these solar panels, small ones, that they charge the phone. That gave me a lot of hope, because they have jumped all that stage of, landlines and all those things, and now they have gone to this other level, and maybe that is where we are going. There is hope indeed, and we cannot give up on hope. Thank you.
This kind of thing used to be called appropriate technology. I don't know if it still is. So there's traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and also appropriate technology that is newly invented. And I wanted to say that in ethics, whichever ethical question you have, you're trying to reach well-considered moral judgment, there often comes up this thing of drawing the line. And it's drawing the line that there's certain things we're just not going to do. And I think that here, let me give a dramatic example, like we're not going to, well, we were saying before we came here to have this discussion, according to the United Nations, 40 million people are in slavery today, or slave-like conditions. But we're not going to advocate that to come through the environmental crisis, we need slave labor. We draw the line. It's just not acceptable. And I recently saw a news item that said, using wood pellets instead of fossil fuels doesn't make sense. And no, it doesn't. You're cutting down trees so that you don't use oil. That doesn't make sense at all. and so we want to separate out things that, well, if you really, really, really have to, it might be acceptable. That would be nuclear energy, perhaps for some people. Some other things you're simply not going to do. And then other things are very good to do. So Father Ayodi might speak to this more, but there's a movement for women to be able to cook in solar reflecting ovens instead of using charcoal, which destroys trees, right? Would you like to speak about that?
Yes. And this is really happening in many places because
microtechnology. Yeah.
They used to go to cut trees and the forest and use it for cooking. I can say even my mom used to do that, and then someone came up with this technology where they kind of built what they call jiko. The first jiko was you can use one firewood to cook your whole meal. But now they went to a more advanced one where you can just use solar to cook directly on this jiko. And it's just kind of panels that reflect each other and then produce this heat. And it's really working. And for several times, I've eaten very good meals from those ones. And they function, And you spend nothing, just the sun. And since you have the sun every time, you have the solar with you every time, then it's really sustainable.
Yeah, I'll say a word about solar cookers too. I was a refugee officer in West Africa, and one of the things that people really hated refugees about is that they would be in a refugee camp, often near a forest, and they would go into the forest and get wood so that they can cook their meals, and they would basically deforest the area getting wood to cook. And they had to cook, they had to do something. And so there were these solar cookers, and we started giving the refugees solar cookers, and it had a lot of benefits. First of all, a lot of women that went into the forest to get wood would be molested in the forest. It was dangerous for the women. So having women going into the forest was not a good thing for women to be doing. So it alleviated that. It also alleviated the hatred that people had because they were cutting down the forest. And so when the population of the region had a lot of animosity towards refugees because they were cutting down the forest. So solar cookers had a lot of benefits. It made it safer for women. It made it safer for the refugee camp as a whole because the society around there weren't as angry with them as they were before. And it was a clean, totally free way of cooking, and it works. And you're talking about areas of the world that are near the equator, lots of sun, so it was really quite clever. So I think we are finding a way, and I think that's what we've been talking about here, is that we don't know all the ways that we need to deal with climate change, but we're finding those ways. And I am hopeful that we will continue to find the ways to deal with this crisis and see ourselves through it. And is that a wrap or not? Another question? Go ahead, yeah.
So you've spoken, is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys have spoken a lot about, you know, like the hope and how you see organizations moving towards advancing this human right in the future. But what do you see as direct actions, like from either your organization or other organizations that you see in the future or the near future, hopefully, to advance this human right or something of that nature?
I mean, direct action is a thing. I mean, in many ways, the New York Climate March with, I thought it was 1 million, but because we have said 400,000, but anyway, I like the million figure better. But that was direct action. There were all those of us and you know, a lot of people, all the streets of New York. There are other organizations that don't want to do that, and they weren't there. And it wasn't because they were against the ideals of the march. It's just direct action isn't kind of in their toolbox to use, and I think we need to respect that. But you know, I think there's a place for direct action. There are lots of people that like to do that, and it can be effective. I don't think it's effective by itself. I think it's part of a component toolbox of things that you can do. I did some direct action when I was in university. There was a black kid who was killed by a security guard, and I got my friends to chain the doors of the school shut until the LAPD riot squad came and chased us away. So that was the end of that direct action. But then I made an appointment with the chancellor of the university, and I sat down and basically told him as a student, I told him how to run his university. And a few weeks later, it was graduation, and he's passing out the diplomas, and when I got to him, he held on to my diploma, and I thought, oh my God, he's not gonna let me graduate. And he said, I really appreciate you coming and visiting me and talking to me. I hope we stay in touch. So sometimes actually making an appointment with your member of Congress, with your senator, with your mayor, with the city council, sometimes just sitting down and talking to people can be very powerful. And so there's a place for direct action. There's also a place for direct communications with the people that have the power to make change. Another question?
So, okay, we're opening a can of worms. So that just kind of reminded me of something, a conversation I was having last night, you know, that we all descend upon New York City. What's the carbon footprint of us getting here and being here? And I don't know if I'm sure someone's thought of this before, but are we thinking about offsetting our footprint even as we engage in action, either in individual ways, like in our own lives, like, okay, so if you come to New York City, did you go home and plant a tree? I don't know, something really simple that is actionable. And so that, you know, like was said before, are we walking the talk as we come to talk and, you know, and unite around these issues?
Yeah, good question. And you know, none of these things are easy answers. There's a very good friend that some of us know, David Overton, and his wife Mary, who are really wonderful, responsible people, and they've helped the Parliament of the World's Religions. They've done some work for my organization. But when David travels by air, he pays the carbon tax. And you can actually go online and find out what the carbon tax of your trip should be, and you pay it. And I don't know where the money goes because I don't do it because I don't travel that much, but there are ways of paying back. Another thing that I know people do is we're all living on indigenous land. We're on the land of the Lenape here. And there are people that are beginning to pay rent to the indigenous people on whose land you're on. And they pay, you know, it might be $15 a month or $50 or whatever it is. But it's a way to acknowledge we are on somebody else's land, and we've disenfranchised, we've taken that land away from them. The least we can do is compensate them in some sort of way. There's a whole issue of reparations, which isn't, that's getting off the topic, but there's a way of getting, using your money to pay for the loss and damage, and that is a climate thing. The UNFCCC talks about that all the time. And there's a lot of loss and damage. Pakistan is making a very strong appeal right now that the countries that polluted the atmosphere, which caused so much damage to Pakistan, really owe Pakistan at least some help, some assistance, that they're dealing with this catastrophe, which is not entirely their fault. It's partially their fault, but it's not entirely their fault. So we all need to do something. Yes, in the back.
Just following up on what you just said about countries, developed countries helping the countries that are maybe facing the effects of climate change. Can you talk about what you did when you were in the Foreign Service and what you think the State Department and Foreign Service could do more of to help countries like Pakistan and African countries that are suffering from climate change?
Yeah, I basically retired from the Foreign Service before this became a real issue, or at least an issue that I was aware of. I would hope the State Department is more active on this issue now than they were when I was there. But, as a diplomat, I certainly, my focus was on learning the culture I was in. I was in Kenya. I spent a lot of time with Kenyans. A lot of people in embassies stay in the embassies and they hardly ever leave. I had been a Peace Corps volunteer before being a diplomat, and I kind of brought my Peace Corps attitude into the diplomacy, and I would go and talk to people and really learn the culture, find out what's really going on, and make sure that Washington knew what was really going on in the countries where I was posted. And mostly it's being a good listener. And, as when I was in Kenya, Kenyans love to talk, and they will tell me a lot, and they will let me know what's going on and what the problems are. And if you're just a good listener, you can pick up a lot of information.
If I could just add to that, you mentioned money. And in our government, if I'm not mistaken, the money comes from, it's Congress that controls the money. But Congress doesn't necessarily know what's needed. So as Bruce was just explaining, the people who are in the field and people who are in the State Department, and let me add people who are in agencies that specialize in the particular issues that, need action, including the UN agencies. Need to have teamwork to know what is most effective, like those nice solar cookers we were just mentioning. So it's not just the State Department, but it's like a lot of different entities. I've been wanting, since we're here at Tzu Chi, to honor the Tzu Chi commitment to vegetarianism, because when it comes to walking the talk, the first thing is that each of us should ask ourselves, because I'm the one who's responsible for me and what I do. Am I walking the talk? And that's and what we eat is one of the things that we really have a lot of choice about. And I've been a vegetarian for, decades. And one of the things that I have found is that if you are a vegetarian, people around you become aware of it. And that is a good thing. And I know people, as you do too, I'm sure, people I never thought would become vegetarians have become vegetarians or even vegans based on their environmental concerns. But if you do what you yourself can do, and then you set an example, the social scientists tell us that one of the most powerful forces for change is just that someone I knew personally did something. Like the person down the street from me put solar panels on their house. Oh, how did you do that? They really did it. I see it, every time I walk down this street. Someone in my family became a vegetarian. So So if we change our, and Suu Kyi, you know, as much as any organization I've ever known, you know, emphasizes this approach. My responsibility and my personal practices can affect others, right? So thank you for that.
Yeah, just to add something little on that is, you know, we can put in all these policies and human rights and everything we are trying to do, but unless we change minds and hearts, we just remain at the same thing. And that is why we have introduced what we call eco-spirituality. And even in my church where people have to go for confession, now we're including ecological sins. Ecological sin is that you need to confess even for the harm you do to the environment. Like you take a flight and you really don't care and you fly all over the place. You know, you need to go back to yourself because it is about lifestyle change. And it's about the individual. You can't force everyone. You can put in these laws and everything, but unless people really change from within, then nothing will happen, you know, outside. And I believe that then we need to influence even education. The future generation we're speaking about, they need to be educated on these things, to change their hearts and their minds on how we treat our environment. And I believe that if we do that, we'll have a generation in future where we'll have responsible citizens. But also think of it also that we have places where people have never had electricity or water. Never. You know, you can live here in New York, you take those things very for granted. You can be able to have a glass of water, you can take shower how many times you want. We have places where people do not have those, and there's a large amount of, you know, population that do not have those things. Then how, as you asked a gentleman behind there, you said, how can the rich nations really kind of respond to that? I remember in the Paris Accord, there was like 100 billion, you know, assigned for that kind of adaptation, but they never honored this. Then, so how do we hold them accountable? How do we get these governments responding to the needs of the greatest population? Think of Pakistan now, people are suffering. You know, we were just discussing with Bruce here, and he was saying the situation is really there. The people in Pakistan, they did very little to the harm that you know, the consequence of climate change that they're experiencing. And so I think it's a great time for each one of us to reflect on this and to see from the individual lifestyle change, but also at the institutional level, how can we change this? Thank you.
I love all these reflections so far. Maybe just one round of quick closing reflections, calls to actions from all of our panelists, and then as we close out the session.
Well, thank you all, first of all, for being here, and I think it's very important to keep hope alive. And I think we need to be smart and clever and think of ways of doing things better and more sustainably and continue the efforts within the United Nations. There is this Vanuatu resolution that's coming up. Make sure our governments vote in favor of that. And also you have some influence over your own governments, your state governments, your city governments, your federal governments. Put some pressure on them to do the right thing and spend the money that's necessary so that we can really deal with climate change.
For me, I'll just say that it's a time for dialogue on how we can implement this, you know, this right. And let us dialogue at all levels, even as individuals, as countries and governments. We need a very open and authentic dialogue on how we can put this in place. Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask everyone to see all this happening around you in the disaster news we hear that's happening either in our surrounding neighborhood or out in some other country like Pakistan. Think about it as a burning house. The house hasn't collapsed yet, but the earth is in fever and the house is burning. And who knows when the house will collapse and no one will be safe. Isn't it time to be mindful and take action, be it adopting a plant-based lifestyle or adopt renewable energy in your home or join other agency or institution, work together to find a better solution to reach a cleaner and more sustainable environment so together we'll survive longer. And that's just my plea to everyone here.
Bruce was mentioning Al Gore, and I've heard him speak many times. And what he says is, must we change? Then that's the scary part. Can we change? And then that's all the ways that we have to move ahead to the world we want to live in. And then the third question is, will we change? And that's up to us. But as long as I've been involved in these issues, which is more or less my adult life, I've heard that we know what to do. The solution is there. And it was predicted, I'm trying to remember exactly when this was. Jeremy Grantham is a leading investment advisor. He's now a very senior. But a person who advises people who have so much money that they don't want to know what's going to happen in the next 5 years, but what's going to happen in the next 50 years. And in this work, he found his way to being one of the world's leading environmentalists, analyzing what's going to happen, probably. And I remember hearing him predict that the cost of renewable energy was going to go precipitously down, and it has. It has. And so when people say, we know what to do, this is the path forward. The question is, do we have the commitment, the inspiration, the political will is often mentioned, the change of consciousness and ecological conversion. So that is what we need, and it's up to each of us working, making our individual changes and working in communities and teams, and to us especially to have political influence to organize.
Thank you so much. And could I get a big round of applause for our panelists for this wonderful session? Thanks so much for joining us for this day of the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, where tomorrow we'll be exploring plastics, and we invite you to join us there. Otherwise, have a really great night, and we look forward to seeing you very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruce. That was great.
Yeah, you were
very
very
relaxed.
funny.